given that it has needed transmission repairs, and the cost of the repairs equal or exceed the value of the vehicle, so we'd like to surplus that vehicle and place it on governmental auction site. Agenda item B4 is an exemption to the Minnie Brooks Act, which through that process you have to go through a request for qualifications for professional services that include architects, engineers, surveyors, or the alternative construction delivery methods. We'd like to waive that, given that we need an architect or design professional for projects that are at City Hall, a sign shop at City Works, and a potential economic development project. Item B5 is the consideration and approval of a facade enhancement grant for 100 South Main Street. This is $2,500 for funding the facade enhancement grant at that location, and this has been reviewed and approved by both the Main Street Design Committee and the Main Street Advisory Board. And the final item that was not included in the packet is a request to amend the December 2nd, 2024 regular meeting start time to 7:30 p.m. to accommodate the Christmas tree lighting ceremony that will occur before that. So we'd like to back up the council start date on
Start time
on December 2nd. Turn it back over to you, Mayor Pro Tem.
And what time is that, Miles?
7:30 p.m.
Thank you.
Any questions then regarding the consent agenda? Go ahead.
Maybe just, and again, I'm not trying to delay the meeting, but maybe just some education around the facade enhancement grant, considering we do have new council members. I know it was in the agenda packet, but just kind of as an FYI, this is a grant that we approved during our funding for our fiscal year cycles for the budget to incentivize downtown businesses to enhance their facade or the front areas surrounding the streets. We've had a number of applicants since I've been on council, a number since Jim's been on council as well, that have participated in this, and all have contributed positively, in my opinion, to the community. But just a FYI there, Jim. So.
Thank you. I just had one, I guess, question or comment with respect to the Minnie Brooks Act. I did look at the statute because it seemed to me a bit odd that here is a statute that required you to, the Brooks Act requires you to do something, and then apparently you can just exempt yourself from it. So I was sort of inquisitive as to why even have it. But apparently the exemptions can only be done if the amount of the professional fee is estimated to be less than $50,000, and I just want to make sure that we anticipate that to be the case for all of the envisioned exemptions.
We do anticipate those to be less than 50. If they come in greater than 50, then we'll consider that they're not waived and go through the RFQ process at that time.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions on the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, then we shall proceed to our regular meeting, and I will call the regular meeting of the Belmont City Council for November 4th, 2024 to order. And at this time, I'd ask Jason Rumfeld to give the invocation.
Heavenly Father, thank you for bringing us together for this important meeting to conduct business on behalf of the city and our citizens. We ask for your guidance as we consider the matters before us tonight, and thank you for the staff and others who spent time preparing the presentations that we will hear. On this election eve, we also want to recognize your divine plan for our nation and your people, and we ask for peace and guidance as many go to the polls tomorrow to elect many of our next leaders. And for our friends in Western North Carolina and other affected areas, we ask that you give them the hope and support that they're going to need for months and years to come to recover from the recent devastation. We ask all of this in your heavenly name.
Amen. Amen. And Charlie Hill will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, I would entertain a motion to set the agenda with the addition of item B6 to the consent agenda regarding the meeting time for December 2nd.
I'll make the motion to set the agenda with the adjustment to B2 per city manager's comments in regards to beginning the interviews at 5 o'clock and adding item D6 of amending December 2nd meeting to start at 7:30 p.m.
All right, motion made by Alex, seconded by Catherine. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the agenda is set. At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda
As
with
amended,
B6
yes.
and as amended with the special meeting times for item B2.
Motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Okay, motion made by Alex, seconded by Charlie. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It passes. The consent agenda is adopted. The next item is item C1 on our regular agenda, and that is public comment. We have several individuals signed up for public comment. You have 3 minutes. Can somebody keep track as our clerk seems to?
I got this.
Okay. When you get up, please state your name and address, and then you have 3 minutes. We'll be keeping track, and we'll go from there. First up, we have Tim Summers with the ABC board.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
My name is Tim Summers. I live at 1029 Peninsula Drive in Belmont. And it's my pleasure to be here representing the Belmont ABC Board and our ABC store staff. I currently serve as the board chairman. And we are here tonight to present a check to the city manager for our fiscal year 2024 fourth quarter and fiscal year 2025 first quarter distributions totaling $89,085.45. The contributions are as follows. The city of Belmont, $76,379.67. We're very proud to contribute $5,294.07 to the Belmont Police Department. And for alcohol education programs, $7,411.71. Our GM, Bill Montgomery, joins Seth Twerry and I, and it's his team that really gets all the credit for our success. So we're very pleased to be part of the community and to contribute in this way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. You all did really good work.
Yeah, when are the ABC board meetings?
We meet on the fourth Monday of every month at 5 o'clock at the store. And that's, of course, an open meeting.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thank
Thank
you.
you, guys.
All right, thank you, guys.
All right, next on public comment, we have Dennis Boyce. I don't know about that.
I'm Dennis Boyce. I live at 2025 Ark Street in Belmont. I've been a resident of Pebble Creek neighborhood for 23 years, and I'm the administrator of North Belmont Neighbors, a Facebook group with 1,166 members. Many of you are aware of the enormous trick-or-treating turnout in Pebble Creek. In the past 5 years, I have had 2,852 trick-or-treaters at my house. And I'm on a side street that doesn't get everyone. Over 5 years, I had 450, 550, 620, 610, and then this last week, 622. Bear in mind that these trick-or-treaters don't come by themselves. They travel by families, almost in packs, with moms and dads, grandparents, sometimes aunts and uncles. It's been like that for the past 23 years, or at least as long as I've lived there. We have a couple of neighbors here tonight in support, Donna Martell and Candy Love. You guys will stand so they can see you. I know you were waving. You may be aware that the city of Belmont has closed the streets and provided barricades for many years. But new rigorous requirements have hindered that kind of support from the city over the past couple of years. There is a process for procuring those kinds of services from the city, but that process is centered on the idea that an event is being sponsored by some organization or group. This is not that kind of event. It is not sponsored, planned, or promoted by anyone. Certainly not our neighborhood. It just happens. And our only preparation is what we do individually to make sure we have enough candy. I spent about $200 this year. We need the city's help on this. Let me offer an analogy. If I come across a non-working stoplight and almost accident, it's busy, and I call the city and I say, hey, there's a stoplight not working. There's a hazard here. And the city says, well, sir, fill out an application, pay the application fee, pay a police officer to come down there, purchase some insurance for your event at this stoplight. That's sort of what this is. We have something that happens automatically. And part of the reason that so many people come is because the city did provide these services for so many years, creating the expectation that this would be a safe, wholesome place for families to bring their children. My hope is that council will encourage city staff to develop a process for us. We should not have to pay a fee to alert the city to a public safety need. It's an extremely positive, family-oriented moment in our city. We don't need officers, but they are welcome. We just need an ordinance to close our streets for 3 hours once a year, and we need about 8 barricades to be dropped off and picked up by the city. We did have car traffic this year. Is that my time? We did have car traffic this year. There's an area of our neighborhood with no street lights at all. It's very dark. God forbid that a child get hurt because we can't overcome a simple administrative hurdle. Thank you.
Thank you. Last public comment is from Tom House.
I don't have a comment. I thought I just had to sign up for that for something later on.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Yeah, just more of a direction towards staff, maybe a discussion for council at a future date. But I mean, I would personally like to revisit kind of, it's ever evolving when it comes to trying to, stipulate these fees and these schedules as it pertains to what Dennis was speaking about. I have talked to multiple residents, including Donna, that's back there as well. And I do think there's room for opportunity for us as a city to take this and try to come up with a better solution. In talking to some of the folks, there were tons of people, and I think even some of our staff may have been concerned at some times, so because of how many people were out there, so I do think it would be prudent for us to discuss this further.
Yeah.
Thank you, Al.
Yes, agreed. So we have a year.
Okay.
But,
Let's get it going.
Yeah,
let's get it done.
yeah, but I think that's fine. I mean, we like to debrief
Yeah.
after events and in the debrief of this year's Halloween, which did, and we can discuss this, I was going to mention another business passed without incident thanks to the efforts of our police department, but we're always looking to see how we can do things better, and that's probably something that we need to look at.
Yep.
Since it's been now 2 years
Yep.
that we had.
I have it on my other business. I believe staff has statistics available.
Yes. So, all right, well, very good. Thank you to all our public commenters. Next on the agenda, we have item C2, quarterly finance update. So I would recognize our finance director, Jared Piles, to provide this presentation.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. We'll just jump right in. Here we go. All right, so here's a snapshot as of 9/30/2024 of all of our major fund revenues. We'll start with the general fund. A few items to note here. You will notice that the ad valorem taxes as a percentage of the year versus collection is down, and that is normal for this time of year. Our peak collections are typically from November to January, so we'll start seeing those revenue streams come in. So next quarterly update, you'll see the percentages pretty much sway in the opposite direction on that. Intergovernmental revenue, that includes sales tax, utility franchise tax, and alcohol tax. Sales tax collections were only available and we've only received for July and August. Those are a month or so in arrears. So July's disbursement occurred in September, or excuse me, July's collections were dispersed in September. August collections were dispersed in, wait, I'm saying that backwards. Hold on. July, the collections were dispersed in September. August will be
In October?
no, in September. It's a month in arrear. July is in
Well, how about-
August is
how
in
about-
September. September and October.
Yes.
We have not received a letter, and I checked the DOR website today, that is not available. But as a percentage, I have another slide on that, we'll talk about it in a minute, but we are in really good shape as it comes to sales tax. It's
Okay.
becoming really, really strong.
Okay, good.
Yep.
But, because there's only, so it's quarterly, which is 3 months, but there's actually only 2 months of
on the
sales.
books, yes. But we are 21% of our budgeted revenue already through 2 months. So we're in really, really good shape there.
We've seen a pretty good, healthy growth in the sales tax, haven't we, year over year for the past 4 years, at least since I've been on council?
Yes, it is actually 15% higher than last year
Yeah.
at this time. 15% higher than last year. Good. Other general fund revenue there, that would include the loan proceeds for the fire truck mostly, and then other operational revenue like sanitation and charges for service, miscellaneous revenue, things like that. And then transfer for ARPA was the budget amendment for salaries that we did back in September, I believe it was. So I've been tracking that and earmarking that. I did not want to just inject it into our budget. That way I can track it separately. I didn't want to think, or when we're looking at budget, for us to think that we had excess money and salaries available. So I've been tracking that piece separately. Any questions on general fund revenue? Okay, jump into water sewer revenue. Everything looks great as a percentage of the year. Non-recurring revenue there, the $508,000, that is a transfer from the general fund to the water sewer fund for that interfund loan that we approved a couple years ago. So we'll true that up at year end with a transfer to get that loan off the books. And then transfer from ARPA again is just the salaries that we're tracking separately. Charges for service and other operating revenue are in line with the year and similar to last year. Any questions on the water sewer fund? Okay, and lastly, stormwater fees. We were actually ahead on stormwater fee collection as opposed to the budget. No issues there as far as revenue. Okay. Here's my little slide on the, I don't know why the little bullet points are messed up there, but local option sales tax, we budgeted $4.95 million. As of 8/31, we had collected just north of $1 million. The first disbursement from July was $537,000. August was $517,000. So we need an average of $389,513 per month over the next 10 months to meet that budget projection. We budget for $412,500, so we're well ahead of that.
Yeah, so we're about 28%, I guess, ahead of budget thus far after 2 months. Right?
That's correct.
2 months of data, so.
Yep.
I suppose there's any additional background you can offer about whether or not you see that trend.
There's not really been an indication that we're going to see any dips in sales tax, but it can be volatile.
Yeah.
But historically, since I've been here for the last 3 years, it has consistently trended up. Like I said, I don't have a crystal ball, but
Sure.
there's no indication of anything slipping in that regard. And we'll look at a snapshot of each major fund expenses here. You guys know that I use a benchmark there of the percentage of the year and I typically look into things that are plus or minus 5%. So a few things that we'll look at here, city attorney, those bills come in a month in arrears, so you're gonna have a little bit of a delay on the timing of the expense on that. That is the same with the sanitation contract with Waste Pro. So you'll see that those are 11 and 9% respectively, but no concern there. Economic development, we have spent $60,000 as our annual pledge to Belmont Trolley. Other items in that budget include DVDA sponsorships and economic development agreements that we've had, like with U.S. Cotton, Parkdale Mills, and Belmont Industrial. Capital, we are under budget as a percentage of the year, but that's just mostly due to timing of when we're purchasing the equipment. Specifically, we just wrote a check last week for the new fire truck. So that was about $1.9 million. So you're gonna see the capital expenses kind of climb up in the next quarter, but on track with budget. And debt service, we are a little bit over as a percentage of the year, but there are no concerns there. We basically budget based on what the amortization schedules tell us where the payments are due. General fund debt includes Brook Street, River Park, the Leaf Vac and Knuckle Boom Truck, the Recreation Center, and SCBA air packs. Any questions on general fund expenditures? Water sewer fund expenses are all in line as a percentage of the year. The transfer to fund balance is just earmarked money that we had set aside for future capital needs as part of our CIP plan that we talked about in last year's budget. That will be trued up at year end as well. Low capital expenditures for this year, current year in debt as a percentage of the year. I know that looks a little off, but our debt there includes AMI infrastructure project, the USDA loan for the City Works building, West Outfall, and our state revolving loans. Any questions on water?
How much
sewer?
longer do we have on this building? That was before me, so I don't remember.
Yeah, that's I want to say that's like 20, 25 years. I'd have to go back and look at the amortization schedule, but it's an extended time on that.
Okay.
And that is actually split between the water sewer fund and the general fund.
I knew that, both administrations
Yeah.
are sitting here. Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay. And we'll look at stormwater fund expenditures. Also in line with the year, but I did want to point out we are under budget. And the capital items in this year's budget include the Woodrow Avenue culvert replacement and drainage improvements at Westwood Drive and Limestone Drive. But everything looks to be in good shape there as well. Any questions with stormwater? Okay. And I do like to make it a point to kind of just get a high-level snapshot of our revenue and expense comparisons over prior years. So you'll see there at the top, those are our three major funds at this point last year in 2024. And we are in very similar shape as far as a percentage of budget remaining as we are in 2024. Or 25, excuse me. And similarly with our expenses, almost a mirror image of where we were a year ago. So really good job by department heads and staff of helping monitor and manage their budgets, and we'll continue doing that moving forward.
For the general fund, is that just because of like delayed projects, et cetera?
Mm-hmm. Delayed projects, potential delays in debt service. There are a lot of expenses that are, I don't want to say day to day, but your payroll is bi-weekly. When we pay, general fund pays the water sewer fund for water services, things like that. That's all on a pretty consistent basis. But depending on capital projects, depending on the timing of when they're happening, there could be delays. So that can be a little bit volatile. For the most part, you do see a trend here, and you'll see this year over year. You'll see a trend where you're going to be in pretty much the same spot every year as far as a quarter.
Any other questions for Jared?
Great job.
All right,
Thank you,
Jared.
Thank you.
Great job. We appreciate all your hard work.
Absolutely.
All right, that brings us to item number C3, public hearing on SUP Special Use Permit 2023.02 David Street subdivision. A request to authorize the subdivision of an existing parcel totaling 0.67 acres into two lots with lot widths less than the average lot widths within 300 feet or one block length. I will entertain a motion to go into public hearing.
Motion to go into public hearing.
Motion made by Alex, seconded by Catherine. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now in public hearing. This is a special use permit. I believe we've had one of these with the present council, but it was, gosh, almost a year ago. So I will, before we go any further, I'll let the city attorney, Parks Wilson, explain the process and make sure that the panel is properly constituted and that our witnesses are sworn.
Thank you. As you recall, this council may have done one of these special use permit applications, and it's a different process than what you're normally exposed to. Normally, every decision you make, for the most part, is legislative, and you can vote up or down depending on, you don't have to have any particular reason. You just vote your conscience and on the issue presented. This process is different. It's totally different. It's called quasi-judicial. And in this process, you're only allowed to vote on evidence that's presented during the hearing tonight. And you'll be asked to make some required findings if you choose to approve the application. Now, for the audience, this is gonna sound a little bit like what you'd hear in a courtroom. Because we're gonna have parties, we're gonna have witnesses, we're gonna have sworn testimony, we're gonna have a cross-examination possibility, we're gonna have the council, city council sit in capacity as both judge and jury. We're gonna have the applicant has the burden of proof, and the burden is by a preponderance of evidence. If on a scale of equal weight, it just has to tip barely in one direction or another, or in the direction of approval if you decide to so approve.
50.1%.
Yes, okay. And for others but that aren't, that want to speak, they need to be sworn, and they need to present factual evidence that any opinion testimony is disregarded. So if somebody gets up and just says, well, in my opinion, this shouldn't happen, that's not relevant for y'all to consider, and will be disregarded. But they're able to speak in that group in 3-minute limitations. At the beginning of this process, I need to make sure that the panel is without bias, and so I'm going to ask some questions that are statutory in nature, and to make sure that you come in without any kind of preconceived judgment in mind. But before that, I'll describe the process that we'll use. We are pretty, we're not bound by the rules of evidence in this process, so typically we let witnesses testify in the narrative without, sometimes they're questioned by their attorney, other times they just speak on the topic. And once their narrative is complete, they're subject to being examined by the opposing counsel under cross-examination, and then after that, then the city council can ask questions. So you'll defer your questions until after the testimony has been presented and the cross-examination has been complete. And like I said, then at that point when we adjourn this part and consider the ordinance, you'll be required to make 3 required findings if you before you vote up or down. Any questions so far about the process? Okay, let me before we call witnesses, let me say that this first matter is involving, like Mayor Pro Tem said, property on David Street, and I believe the owner is Diana Fox. Now, I want to ask the council these questions. Do any of you have any financial or pecuniary interest in the outcome of this proceeding?
No.
Okay. Do any of you have any close family, business, or other associational relationship with this applicant?
No.
And do any of you have any other reason that you would be unable to make a decision fairly and impartially based solely on the evidence you're going to hear tonight?
No.
Okay. Having heard that, I declare the panel properly constituted, and we'll recognize, first of all, I want to recognize that Mr. John Russell is representing the applicant, attorney for the applicant, and he's from Mullen, Holland, Cooper in in Gastonia law firm. You have, how many witnesses do you have?
We have two to either testify or answer questions from the.
Two?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Are there any other witnesses for this action that signed up? Okay, so let's bring your
John,
witnesses forward and we'll swear everybody in.
I'm giving this morning too, that's all right.
You gonna testify? You
I
want to?
am, I'm
Okay.
going to do it through the, I'm going to introduce the documents.
All right. All right, let's see if we can't all four get in here. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Okay. You don't have anything else to add before we start?
No, sir.
Any other questions before we start? Ms. Tiffany Farrow from Planning Director City will be presenting this matter on behalf of the city, and she'll do so in a primarily narrative form. So you got the floor.
Sure. Thank you, and good evening, City Council. As you may have noticed on your agenda, there are two special use permit items for your consideration this evening. And as Parks has noted, it has been a little while. So before we get going on the specifics of the David Street SUP for your consideration this evening, I wanted to go ahead and present first some background as to what is a special use permit as it is defined in our land development code. So the land development code defines it verbatim as a permit issued to authorize development or land uses in a particular zoning district upon presentation of competent, material, and substantial evidence establishing compliance with one or more general standards requiring that judgment and discretion be exercised, as well as compliance with specific standards. This definition includes permits that were previously referred to as conditional use permits, but it is not conditional zoning, so it is a very different application. As Parks alluded to, you will be asked to make 3 findings of fact. Specifically, those are that the use meets all required principles and specifications of the code and any adopted land use plans. That the proposed use, if developed according to the plan submitted and approved, will be visually and functionally compatible with the surrounding area. And lastly, that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety and will not substantially injure the value of adjoining property if located where proposed. Those are consistent findings in both of the cases that you'll hear this evening. For some background as to where the procedures for this type of process can be found, that is within the Land Development Code, Chapter 15.9. Again, this is an evidentiary hearing and it's a quasi-judicial type of decision, and Parks went over all of those things. The important things that I want to note out is that the burden of proof does rest specifically with the applicant and landowner here this evening. They will be providing the evidence to help support their position as to the findings of fact as outlined. And that council is able to attach fair and reasonable ad hoc conditions that support specific findings of fact. And these have to be consented to in writing by the applicant as well. So the reason that these cases are both before you is specifically because the Land Development Code in both our suburban residential zoning district as well as our general residential zoning district notes that as a requirement of lot width, on infill lots in these 2 zoning designations, the minimum lot width shall be equal to the average lot width of lots within 300 feet or 1 block length, whichever is greater, except with approval of a special use permit. And so both of these cases are seeking your consideration this evening for lot widths that would require this special use permit process prior to approval. So with that being said, the first one that we just swore in for is SUP 2024.01 for David Street.
This was designated 2023-02 in the...
I am so sorry, my slide is incorrect, Jim, and you are correct. It is 2023.02. Thank you for the correction. The applicant representative this evening is John Russell Jr. The parcel ID in question is parcel ID 187323. Property owner is Diana Cuervo Fox. And the current zoning designation for this specific parcel is general residential, which is why it qualifies for this request. Specifically, the request before you this evening is to subdivide the existing parcel, which has an existing lot width of 146 linear feet, into 2 lots with lot widths of 72.9 linear feet each. I ask that you read the staff's report that's been included in your council packet, and then also consider the presentation as provided by the applicant, who again has a burden of proof for those specific findings. Staff, in doing so, is proposing some conditions in order to help assist with making the findings before you this evening. Those specifically include that the applicant shall be required to process a minor subdivision plat in compliance with section 15.3 of the LDC, that the residential units should be connected to municipal water and sanitary sewer as approved by the city engineer, that the residential units shall adhere to renderings provided at this meeting for your consideration, specifically that wall cladding shall be cementitious fiberboard, brick, stone, or other similar material, and vinyl material may be used as a trim only. We want to stipulate a timeline for this SUP, so our recommendation is that this SUP be valid for 1 year, and that the applicant be required to adhere to the erosion and sediment control permit plan as approved by Gaston County as part of the development process. That is staff's presentation for you this evening, and then I will turn it over to the applicant unless you have any questions.
Well, the applicant might ask a question.
Mr. Russell, do you have any cross examination?
I have just a couple questions.
Sure,
Mr. Wilson.
proceed.
So, Tiffany, prior to coming here tonight, this project went to the TRC, correct?
That's correct. We do have a process called the Technical Review Committee that consists of representatives from all of the departments within the city, and it did go as part of that process.
And the department heads that are there that review this for the TRC include public safety, police, fire, other public safety officials in public works, correct?
That is correct.
And the purpose of the TRC is to see if any of the department heads have concerns or objections or comments with respect to this application.
That's correct. There's an opportunity to provide feedback.
Okay, and you did not receive any concerns, objections, negative feedback specifically from the police, fire, and public safety department heads?
At this last round, we did not. There were some initial concerns back in 2023 related to utility availability. However, the applicant has since provided documentation where that is no longer a concern at the TRC.
That's all.
Thank you.
Okay, now for the council, city council, do you have any questions for Ms. Farrell?
I have some questions, but is this just as it pertains to her opening here?
Yeah, if there's specific questions, I think, as to whether the findings are met, I think that would need to be directed towards Mr. Russell or his clients.
Wait till their testimony.
Okay, I can,
She can be recalled if you need it.
perfect. Thank you, Parks.
Thank you, Tiffany. Okay, Mr. Russell, you call your witness.
So, if it's all right with you, I'm gonna present most
That's
of the
fine,
evidence
okay.
in a narrative fashion and try to move along and to avoid a lot of the questions and answers, so.
That'd be great.
Just move the mic up so that
All right,
everyone
be glad to do that.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to appear in front of you and to talk to you about this presentation. Just for the record, and as Mr. Wilson said, I'm John Russell. I'm an attorney with Mullenhoe and Cooper and Gastonia. I'm a resident of the city of Belmont at 23 Circle Drive. And most importantly for tonight, I'm representing Diana Fox, who is the applicant and property owner. She's a prior resident of the city of Belmont, lived here for 10 years, moved away, and in 2023 purchased this property on David Street that you're going to hear about. It's her intention, I'll talk a little bit about this as we go through the presentation, to move back here, build a home for herself. Her son is in the Army right now, in the military. He's stationed in Hawaii. And so the project's gone through a couple iterations, which I'll talk to you about. But the idea or hope is that he'll have a place also to move back. So she's moved away, invested in the community, come back, and hopes to be able to build the home that we're going to talk a little about tonight. John Bergen is a longtime Gaston County law enforcement official, he's now a general contractor. I've worked with him in multiple capacities through the years. So you'll have to either hear from them or have the opportunity to ask them questions as you need to throughout the project, or throughout tonight. The second thing I want to do is just sort of briefly, as I get into this, echo some comments from Mr. Wilson and from Tiffany about the SCP process, and just sort of talk generally about that. As you've heard, that differs. This is, although a zoning type, it is not a rezoning. It differs, this process that you're hearing tonight differs from a rezoning. The primary way it differs is, unlike a rezoning where you're using your legislative authority or your legislative judgment as council member to determine how we grow, what's the best interest of growing, where we go. In this case, the judgment and discretion that Tiffany talked to you about at opening is limited and applied towards the facts. We have to show the facts, again, to the these findings of fact, and this is what I want to walk through with you. But that's what the judgment and discretion applies to, hearing from the evidence that you'll hear tonight, whether these facts are met. If they are, this is an approved land use. The idea of subdividing property and residential to build or to create more than one lot is approved by the zoning code. If these facts are met, the applicant is entitled to the SUP, to the issuance of the SUP. So in that way, it differs a good bit from a traditional rezoning. So I want to go through our presentation and talk to you specifically about these three things. The use that you're going to hear about meets the required principles and specifications of the code, and any adopted land use plan, specifically the City of Belmont Comprehensive Future Land Use Plan is what I would please envision there. The use is visually and functionally compatible to the surrounding area, so we'll talk about that. And then the third one is sort of a two-part question, really. Will not materially endanger public health or safety. We talked a little bit about the TRC, I'll talk about that as well. And will not substantially injure the value of adjoining property if located where proposed. I'm going to walk through this presentation. I'll try to present, or our intent is to present facts and documents that speak to each of those. So we start with the overall neighborhood, which is similar to what Tiffany and what the staff presented in their staff report, and it's in your packet. The reason that we do this is so you get a sense of what does the neighborhood around the subject property look like. The subject property, of course, is in the blue square. The things that we typically look at here are the size of the property. So we get here because of a road frontage issue or a street frontage issue. The average, if we subdivide this property, the average lot width or street frontage is less than the average of the block or 300-foot radius. But when looking at functional compatibility, you look also at the size of the lot and the size of the lots that would be left. And so in this case, I'll sort of draw your attention particularly across the street to 103 David Street, which when we divide, if this is approved, the two remaining lots for Ms. Fox would be almost identical, and I'll point that out in the survey, to 103, which is across the street. And it's a good bit bigger than 101 David Street, the undeveloped lot immediately to the south, even 509 and 507, which are Julia Avenue addresses, but still around. And part of that is because of the depth of these lots on David Street. So that's the reason that is included. This is sort of a more focused, and we bring in David Street, again, the subject property in blue. Sometimes when you take the topography out, you get a little bit of a sense of what the lots look like, how they function. You also can see where the houses are situated on the lots. That's also a valid consideration in terms of functional compatibility. In addition to the David Street lots that I've talked about, you can see to the north on Henry Avenue, you also have relatively similar lot sizes to what the applicant's proposing here, or what will be proposed when this finishes. Here's the survey that I mentioned. You can see the dividing line, the 146 feet, which is the road frontage. It's divided into two parcels of 72.9 feet. The dotted lines are building envelopes, so those are, a lot of surveyors will include those. And they typically, at least in new construction, would show what are your setbacks, front, rear, and the two sides. For infill, the way that the land development code, the city's code works, is you also do the averages for 1 block and 300-foot radius to determine what's your front setback, your side setback. So these don't completely represent what the actual setbacks are, but what they do show, and the reason they're included here, is they show even with the traditional building envelope, there is still enough room to situate houses on both lots, both 73-foot lots, without sort of overwhelming the lot, without having a house that takes up too much space on the lot. So that's the purpose of that slide. This slide, I believe, is in your materials. This is the averages of the lots on the block. The 1 block width on the left is David Street. The 300-foot radius on the right is the surrounding community, which we showed you earlier. What I call your attention to on this slide is when you're doing averages and when you're looking at compatibility, oftentimes the averages are thrown off by outliers, by properties that have a lot of road frontage. So you see the 125-foot lot on David, but if you look down here on the 300-foot, you've got 204-foot lots, some in the 130 range. So it really does affect, once you spread out, some of the averages. And so when you look at this property in 73 feet, you start to see a lot more if you look at the mean instead of the average that it would fit in. The other thing that's worth noting about Julia, which is in David Street, which is this area, is that area of town was originally, the lots were originally laid out before sewer was extended to the south to that area. So a lot of the original lots, including some that remain undeveloped, were originally laid out to accommodate septic. As the sewer's been extended there, as developments occurred there, a lot of development has occurred on the smaller lots. And in fact, in the past years, I would say 5, 6, 7 years, there have been special use permits approved on Julia Avenue, partly for that reason. There were some original lots laid out for septic. They no longer required the septic once the sewer was extended. So we include slides to show one of the conditions, and one of the things that the staff likes to do is talk about representative building materials, how things will look. There is a condition, or a proposed condition, that talks about adherence to the elevations or renderings shown at City Council. So I do want to talk briefly about that. I mentioned that this project has changed. I'm going to talk a little bit about the utilities in a second, and the fact that utilities are being brought in here. This Fox's son, who's in the military, has had a slight change in his family circumstances. He has a child now. So she wants to have the opportunity here to at least consider a second story on the house. When we bring in the renderings, the intent is not to say this is exactly what the house is going to look like, this is what she's going to pick, but to give you an idea of where it's situated. You can see, like, this is taken from the street view. It's relatively close to the street, similar to some of the other homes you saw earlier. You see the stone, the wood accents, the siding material, which is not vinyl. So that's sort of what this is intended to show, is kind of how this would look, not necessarily the final product. It does also show the front porch, the landscaping, all of those things that would be anticipated, and that would be the intention of this project as well. So then we get to the findings of fact that Tiffany mentioned. These are the things that we have to meet to have a special use permit approved. So I'll run through these with you and why we think what I've gone through in the application demonstrate that these findings are present. The first is that all required principles and specifications of the code and adopted land use plans are met, or that this project meets it. Tiffany went through the main point on this is that the approval of the SUP is not going to change any requirements of the zoning ordinance or the land development code. This is a general residence property is zoned general residential. It will stay general residential. All requirements with respect to building height, with respect to utilities, with respect to setbacks, tree save, everything else that you all have in your land development code will stay here. So that does not change. So the first piece is that it does meet all the requirements and specifications of the code. The second thing we like to look at is what does the Belmont Future Comprehensive Land Use Plan say about this area? I know that's under review, and so perhaps that will change within a year, but as of now, this area is part of the Village Center District, which I believe to be sort of just the edge of that circle extending from the Harris Teeter on South Point Road. You can see from this designation that what's intended here is medium density development, 3 to 6 dwelling units per acre, sort of within a traditional neighborhood that is suitable to cars, vehicles, pedestrians, walking, and biking, all of which works there. The renderings that we showed you, the community area that we showed you, all fit within that. This is a home that's accessible for multimodal transportation. The scale of the home, the use and the size, all fit within the district there. So it meets what is right now written as the Village Center District for the comprehensive land use plan. So Part A meets the principles and specifications of the code and adopted plans. Part B, the second thing that we have to meet is that the plan is submitted and approved, will be visually and functionally compatible with the surrounding area. For that, I would refer you back to the slides that we started the presentation with and the staff included with the report. What we're really looking at is a combination of lot size as compared to the surrounding properties, what the applicant's intention is in terms of the size and scale of the house, where it's situated on the property. All of those things are demonstrated in the slides that we showed you at the beginning. The third piece is sort of, as I mentioned, a two-part piece. First, that it will not materially endanger public health or safety. The reasons that I asked Tiffany the questions about TRC, about what going to that, is to make sure that you understood that the police and fire, public works have all reviewed this, sort of collection of garbage and things like that. No comments, no concerns about ambulance or turnaround. Sometimes we have that in these developments. So one of the things that you can find when you go through this as to whether the applicant has met its burden is you can find that from the testimony, you can find that from the slides that are presented. You can also find it from the absence of contrary evidence that is presented at the hearing. All three of those are valid and appropriate paths to the same result, and you have that with the TRC meeting. And then the final thing is that it would not substantially injure the value of adjoining property if located where proposed. So for that, this is also in the PowerPoint. This is a market analysis that we had done by a broker from Premier South, Brent Hebner. He is someone who's been working in the Belmont area for a number of years. He's done an analysis of infill development, new construction resulting from infill development going back over the recent past. And he has this conclusion laid out nicely here, and I'll just read that to you. The subdivision of parcel 187323 and subsequent construction of 2 new homes will likely enhance the value of surrounding properties. There is no evidence to suggest that this development would substantially injure the value of adjoining properties. On the contrary, the presence of new construction typically attracts buyers, increases market values in established neighborhoods. So this is evidence coming not from opinion testimony from the applicant, but from a licensed realtor and broker. Final point I wanted to bring out, and this is sort of unique to this property, but it's a real benefit to this project. Tiffany mentioned that there were concerns with utilities here, and you've heard the 2023 O2. So this application went in the spring of 23. So we've been working on this for a year and a half. And the primary reason is it was determined that the existing utilities are not sufficient to serve one home, much less 2 on Davis Street. There are 3 homes that right now take water off of a 1-inch galvanized water line. It's aging. It's got some concerns about how long that's going to stay effective. So in order to get water to this property, the applicant is going to have to bear the cost of extending the water from the north on Henry Avenue down to these properties. That's a minimum of a $36,000 investment. And they're gonna, so the water line is gonna be increased from the current 1-inch galvanized to a 2-inch line. One of the benefits to the city for this project, and this, one of the things that's included in your packet, I believe, is the approval of the construction plans from DEQ, is if something were to happen to that water line right now, we've got 3 properties on it, that's the city's responsibility to get the water to those 3 properties. It's possible that that water line would have to be replaced. It's possible that the 1-inch would not work. And so instead of that, if this is approved, the applicant bears the cost of getting the water, they put the 2-inch line in, and that will be dedicated to the city, just like any infrastructure, like you would with the sidewalk. And then the city will have the benefit of that 2-inch water line. If something happens to the existing 1-inch and some of the other 3 parcels need water, they'd have to bear the cost of connecting into it, but it could be done in a way that it couldn't be done now. There's the undeveloped property that you saw that's just to the south of that. That will also have the opportunity to get water off of this. So one of the things that was interesting to me in the staff report, one of the things that staff always does is tells you what's the net negative or the cost to the city of a certain project. And in this case, it was indicated 0. I would contend here that actually it's a positive. There's a net positive to this project if it's approved because of the water line extension. So again, I'd be happy to take any questions. I would tender Diana as well as John Bergen for any questions that you have about the construction, the water line. I did, Mr. Wilson, bring copies of the PowerPoint. I wish I had passed those out at the beginning, but motion for that moves to introduce.
I think we'll move to introduce that into the record as well as the staff report.
Yes, sir.
Does that include the actual appraisal report?
It does.
Okay, thank you.
So all that is in that, and so if I pass that out. And then, the last thing is just, I know we get into a lot of technicalities on it. I would just point out this is a good project. I think Diana is excited to come back to Belmont and invest in the community. Appreciate y'all hearing us and that's what we approve.
Any questions for Mr. Russell?
Maybe for John, can you show me again, can you go back to the slide that had the footprint of the houses? I think you might have passed.
This from the survey?
Yeah, sorry, the survey, not the actual, that one right there. So can you again, in layman's terms, where is this water line gonna be going? I'm just trying to get a better
So
visual.
on the left of that, Mr. Zooks, is the David Street. So this is David Street coming down here.
Yeah.
I believe the existing water line is on the west side of David Street, the 1-inch galvanized. The new water line is going to come down the east side.
Okay, gotcha.
From Henry.
Yeah.
Right? From Henry Avenue. I think I'd love to bring up John Bergen. He's been sworn, and let him because he's worked.
Please.
John, do you want to come up and some of these technical questions I prefer to make sure we get it
Even though
right.
you don't like the technical questions.
Technical questions are great. I just want to make sure they're directed to the right person.
Well, don't worry, Mr. Russell, I have some questions for you.
So if you could just explain this water line again, just trying to understand where it's coming down from, just for my education, please.
From my understanding, the water line, there's a 6-inch main that runs along Henry. I was told by a city employee that the water line, because there's no mapping now where the water line is. I was told by a city employee that the line comes from Henry Street down on the opposite side of the street that this property is on. So about halfway, it comes across the middle of the road and then comes in front of the property. So it's coming from Henry here, crosses over the street, right around the corner of the property, and then runs all the way across, and then there's water lines that feed these 3 houses. Our intention is to tap on to this side of the 6-inch main and just run a straight line all the way down past the property.
Okay.
Or at least to the property to feed these 2 houses, or 1 house.
Okay.
But I think we're gonna put 2 taps in on both lots so they'll be there. That's the original plan
So Tiffany, does this technically give us like a redundancy, I guess, down this street for, as it pertains to the water line? I guess I'm just trying to understand, because we originally had concerns about the infrastructure. I just want to make sure that we're doing this right, considering the existing concerns we have for infrastructure in the city of Belmont.
Sure, so originally in 2023, the concerns were raised by the city engineer, who is no longer part of staff, that individual brought those up. My understanding though, however, from the TRC was that what is in the ground today is a 1-inch line. So the capacity to serve new homes there was not sufficient. So that is why the applicant worked to get the 2-inch line that's proposed and worked with DEQ to make sure that the property itself could be supported for any development on that parcel.
Got you. And just to kind of clarify, because again, we're supposed to be basing our vote off facts, or do we know where our lines are based off of the comment saying that we think these lines are somewhere?
I would defer to Public Works and Engineering, but yes, I am confident that the city knows where our lines are.
Okay.
And I am able to validate that the city inspector personally went on site with the applicant to investigate the location of the lines, and in order to determine what was actually needed for service to the property.
And again, this led to the city staff determination that they do not have a concern for this project.
Based on NCDEQ's approval of the application as submitted to increase the size of the water line to 2 inches.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have on the water line. Tiffany, you might want to stay up there. I have another additional question. So I believe it was on one of your earlier slides that you were presenting that this would abide by whatever the Gaston County stormwater water runoff is currently out there. So as we've seen, again, in the community time and time again, the water runoff, what is the topo of this land? Is this, the way I was looking at it, this property kind of slopes back, is that correct? Or no?
I want to make sure that I'm not speaking factually, and I don't know that I have a topo map directly in front of me. I can go back, look, and come back up here in a few minutes to make sure I'm speaking
I
factually.
think that's going to be pretty important, because for me, if I'm reading through this and I'm looking at value of property, again, what we've seen with these infills, we start seeing water runoff that is impacting these surrounding houses. So we should probably understand that to try to validate that point.
Sure, I'm happy to go and then report back if you'll give me about 3 minutes.
Yep.
Thank you.
You want to go ahead and question?
Yes, I have one more follow-up for John. So, John, you mentioned on your slide, I believe it was an actual rendering of the property itself. And if I look in staff's report, and if I'm incorrect, please correct me, it talks about this area is primarily single family, correct? And you mentioned there could be the possibility, not single family, ranch, which is 1 story. You mentioned the possibility that this could be a 2-story, is that correct?
That's right. So part of the reason, I think, so there's 2 things. Is when the project was initially conceived, Diana's idea, build a home for herself on one, leave the other one vacant with the hope that her son, when he finished his military service, would come back and build. So that may or may not happen because of that. However, he's got a young family. She'd like to have space for them to come and stay, even if it's for an extended period of time, particularly while he's in the service. And that combined with the cost of bringing the utilities in has sort of leads to the current plan is for her to build for herself on one, and probably to sell the other to help finance this. So that's kind of where they're headed with that. I think the overall size is still going to be compatible with some of the homes that the homes on Julia, David, and surrounding cover a variety of square footage. So there's a variety of sizes, even if you go up. And some of the newer homes, particularly the ones that have been approved for SUPs on Julia, tend to be 2-story homes. So it's not it was originally developed as a ranch house community. The trend all up and down Julia now is to have at least a number of 2-story homes. That's not uncommon there anymore. So I think this gives you an idea of building materials. It gives you an idea of how much windows you have versus other houses, but I think that's the reason for that one condition where the building materials are no problem, we're in agreement with that. Typically, as you know, the land development code does not allow the city to tell residential what type of building materials you use. There's an exception when you have some conditions, either in conditional zoning or sometimes in SUP, so we are in agreement with the proposed building materials. We like the option to go a second story. So we didn't want to adhere to the renderings, but we're certainly compatible with use of building materials there.
Yeah, I mean, just a point, to where I'm trying to get at, the renderings are important for us to find the findings that this is visually compatible to the existing area where you're trying to build. So again, if we're seeing that it's a single family, but there's the possibility that it's going to 2 stories, it might be nice to see that type of rendering, just so that we know what we're approving, that we're finding the facts that are being presented to, or excuse me, finding the case, or the facts to the case that's trying to be presented. So just kind of a little to comment there. Jim, that's all I have for right now.
Okay, anyone else have questions?
This data regarding the average widths, when you have to go through the calculation to determine if it meets either of those criteria, 1 block or 300 feet, that's all public information, right? So
It's all taken off of GIS,
Yeah.
we submit that to staff, staff reviews it and confirms or approves it, so yes,
Okay.
that's where that comes from.
And then back to your survey slide we were looking at a moment ago with Alex. You had made a comment, I think, when you were talking about the potential setbacks there, it seemed like there was a little bit of ambiguity with what the setbacks may be based on the footprint of the houses that you've got in there with the dotted lines.
So the dotted lines is not necessarily the footprint of the houses, that's what the surveyor calls the building envelope, that's where the house can go.
Right.
It is not usually, it's very rare for it to cover that entire footprint, it just shows where it could be situated. So for new development, the land development code is very clear. Here's where your setback is. And I would defer to Tiffany as to exactly what it is. I don't want to throw out some numbers and then be wrong on that. For infill development, the code says that you still take the average setback of your 1 block from or your 300-foot radius, whatever is greater. So a lot of times the surveyors will come in and put the new development setbacks on their surveys. At the construction phase, when the construction plans are submitted, and staff typically, again, I don't want to speak for Tiffany, so I'll have her correct me if I'm wrong, but the typical thing is staff will go out, determine what the actual setbacks are that need to meet, and those get approved with the foundation survey. Am I generally on the right track here? I don't know if that's answering your question, but that will be done at construction. It will not be changed. None of the setback requirements will be changed by issue of SUP. If the council reviews that.
So is there any data on those average setbacks in the 1 block radius or the 300-foot radius? Is there any data on the average? I see the average lot width, I don't see any data on the average setbacks.
Staff has not pulled those yet because we wanted to first hear the outcome of this special use permit. Based on the outcome of this evening's decision, it could impact what the average setbacks could be depending on what the lot widths here are. And so normally we would run those prior to permitting, but John is right, sometimes they show them on surveys, but there's nothing binding about setbacks that are shown on surveys. Where setbacks are applied is at the time that someone pulls the zoning permit, unless there's other specific approvals like a conditional zoning where those things are otherwise locked in place. So he can show setbacks this way, but it doesn't mean that that's what the setbacks are going to be at the time of permitting. So it is a fact that the city currently is under review of the side setbacks, and so there is still a rule that's in place today, but that rule may change, and so that is one reason why staff does not normally calculate or encourage calculation of those setbacks until closer to the time of zoning permit issuance to make sure that they're calculated based on the rules in place at that time.
It would just seem to me that if you're proposing 2 units on this property, based on some assumption of what those setbacks may be based on the current LDC, and then those setbacks either get changed through what we're going to be looking at later, or maybe it doesn't meet the owner's plans all of a sudden, right? It's prohibited. Then all of a sudden we spend all this time trying to approve this sub, final design may not meet, does that make sense, what their original designs may have been?
So again, what I'm hearing the applicant say is that he's asking for, not the actual image that's shown to be considered, but in fact, more of, written language to the quality and aesthetics and the characteristics that we want to lock in. So staff had proposed some, if there are other characteristics that you feel in order to make the findings of fact, you want to specifically be locked in, you can amend staff's proposed conditions or add to them. Make suggestions that you feel like can help support you making that finding, but typically we don't see a specific floor plan always locked in at the time of this discussion, because this one really is related to the lot widths. To your point, I understand sometimes in order to make some of the findings related to compatibility, there are other factors. With that said, that's where those conditions can be written in a way that allows staff to understand the intent and be able to apply the special use permit during permitting.
So, Mr. Russell, just a few things. So the idea is that it's gonna be a 1,500 square foot house, did I read that correctly? That she's gonna build on her, the parcel that she's gonna keep.
I think that, so, at the time of the original application back in 2023, I think that was what was intended. I think now it's probably likely if she has not settled on a final house size. So if it went to 2 stories, it would probably exceed that.
Okay. Like maybe 1,900?
Any thoughts on that, John?
Depending on what the setbacks are, we would have to modify the plans to fit the setbacks. And it could, depending on what the setbacks are, we may have to go up to get bedrooms upstairs versus having a ranch-style house with all the bedrooms downstairs. We may have to go up, so it could be 2,300 square feet. It just depends on where we are when the setbacks are there.
But be that as it may, the lot width is proposed or wider than, I believe, 2 of the 4 lots at Front David Street and several others within a 300-foot radius. Is that correct?
That's correct. And of course, it also, you mentioned this too, when you're doing new construction in Belmont, if you want to do a new subdivision, for single family, you've got to have your lot width is 55 feet. That's the minimum lot width. So if you compare to that, if you just cut a new street, put houses up and down that, you're 12-15% greater than that. But yes, you're correct.
And there won't be a house built on the second lot, at least originally, is that correct? There's still some debate or some, whether the son will end up living there and building a house for him or what?
Yeah, or what happens to that? I don't, that was the initial plan, when this was initially presented. There's a high likelihood of trying to turn over that lot at this point. I mean, that's just the reality of sort of land prices in Belmont and the cost that they're having to do to extend the utility lines. I mean, that's just how. So I think it is, the time frame for that, Mr. Huffman, is hard to say. It's going to depend on a lot of things. It'll depend on interest rates. It depends on, availability,
But there's no current plans for a house there.
it's my understanding.
And of course, any house that is built there would have to comply with all applicable.
Absolutely.
All right, well, the only other, I won't quibble with you. I think I disagree that the absence of contrary evidence can satisfy your burden when you have the burden. I think we can talk about that with Parks. I think you need to come forward with something affirmative. You can't just say, well, there's nothing that. But since you have come forward with affirmative evidence as to the last, the value of the adjoining properties, I won't quibble with you, but if you had just relied on, well, there's no evidence that it doesn't, I might have had an issue with that, but we can talk about that later.
I don't completely disagree with that. I think the point that I was really intending to make is it's been reviewed by the police and fire. That is affirmative evidence, that they've looked at those department heads and have not reported to you or to Tiffany or to anyone in staff any concern.
Well, I was focusing more on the second prong of that, the value of adjoining properties, but since you submitted the appraisal report, I would consider that affirmative evidence.
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
All right.
Is that all, Mr.?
That's
All right, you want to come back to, Councilman Zook's question? Ms. Farrell?
I do. I'm going to ask Cassidy to see if she can put that image on the screen and enter this image into the record as well. Okay, thank you. What you see on your screen is a topography that is pulled from Gaston GIS. This is approximate and not based on a physical topographic survey of the site, but to provide a general understanding of how the grade of the site and the contours at the property are. So as you can see, there is, from the south, the elevation increases, sloping down towards the site on the southern boundary of the site. Moving from the rear of the property down to the street, there is a slight slope that would allow for drainage from the rear of the property to the street as well. It does not appear, based on staff's initial glance of the topography, that it would drain significant water to the properties to the northern portion of the site. In fact, it appears to take a lot of that water flow from the properties to the south. That being said, I am not an expert that works at the Department of Natural Resources and would defer to them as to how to properly and adequately protect the surrounding properties from any impact through development.
So, unfortunately, that didn't really help me where I'm trying to get at. So, when I'm looking at this, I'm trying to come up with the case that this won't potentially endanger the properties around it or the valuation of it. As you see,
Well, is that our purview for this type of hearing, though?
well, let me read.
I mean, if they've got the burden, we're not, this isn't legislative, this is quasi-judicial.
I understand that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety and will not substantially injure the value of adjoining property if located where proposed. I would think water running off to side properties could potentially endanger the value of those properties. That's just the way I look at it.
If I could maybe go back to the slide, that has the picture. Yeah, I may be able to help.
Aerial shot? That one?
No, it's the one, that had the dotted lines, which shows what the setback from the survey guidelines.
I don't know. I mean, if it's burned by this, again, I don't want to approve something if we're going to have a situation.
We don't want to have another Poplar Street situation.
But is there any evidence of that, though? We've got to decide based on evidence, not what we think could happen. That, when you say that, we've been
But
burned.
is there any evidence to provide that it wouldn't happen, Jim?
If I may?
Yeah.
The dotted lines here, that is a catch basin where all the water runs to.
Mhm.
There's I don't know the size of it, but I'm gonna say it's probably a 4-foot drain pipe that runs under the road. And all the water coming from this land and from the back here is caught here and runs around. I went here and actually watched it on one of the heaviest rain days we had. And the water drains from these properties down, and it runs into this ditch line and comes to the side of the property and goes under the road. And I don't know where it leads to, but all that water catches on the side here. It doesn't go to anybody's property, other than wherever this pipe leads to. I don't know where that pipe
So you're primarily getting the water from the back area of that property
Yes,
that is flowing towards.
The slope is to the south.
Okay.
The slope is again, it's a pretty wooded area, but just standing out there, it doesn't appear that it's a very heavy slope that goes down.
Okay.
Again, it's kind of hard to see with all the trees, but just being on the property, it's not like you're standing sideways on the property. It's gonna be pretty flat down through there once all the grading's done. But you would have a little bit of slope still going here
Mhm.
to have the runoff. But there is a good sized ditch that runs already through the property that takes all that water away from adjoining properties.
You know, I guess would that ditch be removed though, because I see the footing, okay. Because we
No, that
don't-
ditch would have to stay there to carry that water through the culvert that runs underneath the road.
Okay.
We may, straighten it up a little bit, and
Mhm.
have it come from here to straight down and kind of a turn here, and, to make more land for a house to be built there.
Tiffany, I guess for me, I would feel comfortable if we added this into our conditional. I don't know, maybe staff can get with the team to looking at this. But again, you said that within reason, we can ask or potentially add stuff into the conditional side of it. I know this is an SUP, or ask if they agree to it, so be it. But again, I don't feel comfortable approving anything with the potential water runoff from what we've seen happen throughout Belmont for infill development.
Sure, so what staff would look for direction on there and with Parks' guidance is a written condition that would specifically address the concern that would help to make the finding of fact in that case. So as it relates to stormwater, if there was something specific that you would like added that staff can check prior to permitting, that is, from my understanding, the type of condition that can be added.
I guess it would be for this gully or this
For the ditch to
the
remain
ditch to
in
remain.
place
Yeah,
to not be disturbed.
correct.
Is it an actual ditch or is it a?
Probably like a dip. in
Culvert.
there. Right.
Yeah, it's a pretty good, I'm gonna say it's, at least this wide. But water's been running off that property for, years and years. But we would like to clean it up, make it more functional than the way it is now. I mean, it's just got ruts in it. We would like to clean it up, and probably reroute, make it more functional.
Right.
Is what we would do with it. And we would have swales coming around to guide the water, unlike now.
That's what I was getting
You don't
at.
have any swales.
Yeah.
Water just runs freely. But once we would, build the house, we would direct that water away from the houses into the ditch
Right.
with swales.
And I know, I would imagine, it's kind of a puts and takes here, but, right now you've got foliage there, you've got trees, natural vegetation that's helping with that water runoff. Once you start development, you're gonna clear cut that. And then that's gonna take take away a lot of your erosion control that you have today. So again, that's why it's important that we protect the surrounding homes from being endangered potentially from water.
Well, and with that being said, on here, there's a really steep bank. I mean, it goes straight up, and the house sits up in here. I mean, there's no potential of any damage to any property that's going straight up.
Okay.
It's just
No, that's helpful.
to the left side.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And I do want to clarify, staff has not seen any grading plans for this, so there's no evidence to assume that the entire site would be clear cut. It is possible that only the portion that's needed for the house pad could be disturbed on both of these parcels. And that some of the vegetation and tree area in the rear could remain as a buffer. It's no
But we can't
guarantees, we just have not yet
Well,
seen that. And
We couldn't say for certain though, Tiffany, so it's.
You're
up to
right,
us.
it could be clear cut, I just haven't seen anything to validate either way. It could be fully
Well, the
clear cut.
surrounding properties aren't currently experiencing any flooding or anything like that right now, right?
To my knowledge,
Any further questions for anyone? If there are no further questions, what's the appropriate to come out of, or,
Whether you want to make
oh, yeah.
If you want to make any closing, okay. I think it's time to come out of.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to come out of public hearing.
Motion to come out of public hearing.
Motion made by Alex, seconded by Catherine. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We are now out of public hearing. Does that take us straight to the?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So that brings us to C4, consider approval of SUP 2023-02, David Street subdivision. And I believe Parks, you're going to take us
So
through.
in consideration of whether or not you want to approve the SUP, like we've been saying, there are 3 required findings. Let's take these one at a time and vote on them. So number 1, the use meets all required principles and specifications of the Land Development Code and any adopted land use plans. All in favor of that, raise your hand. Now, 2, the proposed plan, if developed according to the plan submitted and approved, will be visually and functionally compatible to the surrounding area. If If so, raise your hand. Okay, let me ask you this.
I can clarify more why I'm voting no.
Okay, before we do that, you mentioned adding a condition. Would adding a condition relating to that change your vote?
I think it would, because again, I think if we can get ahead
Okay.
of,
What if we said that something along that staff would approve all owner modification to the culvert carrying water from the rear of the property along the property line to, or inside the interior property line, running to point running under David Street, and something like that, satisfy you, or is there additional concern that would,
I think that would satisfy C, but for B, for me, I guess it's pertinent to the the visual of the surrounding area, and if it's compatible. I think as we kind of discussed with John, there is a potential that it could go 2-story versus 1, so we're uncertain to that. Jim, do you want to debate that?
I just think that's legislating.
we're basically, you're saying based on what's presented in the.
Yeah, I'm saying based on
So
what's
they
happening.
haven't decided,
Have they met their burden or have they not? And I think saying, well, it could be this or there's no evidence, that's speculation of what it could be. I think that's legislating, that's not restricting ourselves to the quasi-judicial nature of this proceeding.
Parks, what's your interpretation of that?
Well, I agree with what Jim just said.
Okay. That's fine.
All right, so let's revisit the proposed plan is developed according to the plan submitted and approved to be visually and functionally compatible to the surrounding area. All in favor, raise your hand.
Aye.
Okay. And C, the use will not materially endanger the public health and safety and will not substantially injure the value of adjoining property if located where proposed. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, that fails.
So let's talk about condition.
Okay. Now, so if you add a condition, and I just wrote this out, it's not, that we could clean it up, but the staff approve all, owner modifications or changes to the culvert carrying water, from the rear of the property along the interior boundary to, disbursement under David Street. Would that, something along those lines be, acceptable or?
Can you say that one more time? I'm sorry.
Okay. What I'm getting at is the culvert or ditch or whatever it is that's carrying water from the rear of the property along the interior boundary to disperse under David Street. If staff is required to approve any modifications or changes or improvements relating to that portion of the.
Okay.
Now, y'all, if you want to discuss that, that's.
I think that would help me feel a little bit more comfortable with this. Again, I think for me, it's ensuring that we're not potentially causing damage to the surrounding properties. Again, this has happened before in Belmont, and I think it's our burden due diligence to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Because what I heard, there was currently no damage, Mr. Hill answered, there's no damage to this in the record.
But we don't.
But this would eliminate, this is intended to improve, that, portion to where it wouldn't.
Correct, but we don't know, as Tiffany stated, whether they're gonna clear cut the property or not, which could contribute potentially to additional water runoff.
What if we put it back in staff's, approval? Do you feel like you want to get comfortable with that, or you want an additional safeguard, or you don't want it at all?
I think for me, the additional safeguard is prudent for the developer.
Okay, yeah.
I agree.
Good.
I think that
I agree with the city. I'm not entirely comfortable with B, but I'll roll along. I mean, there's so much visually incompatible right now in that area, but we'll,
Okay. So C, if we add the, addition, some conditions similar to what I just read.
Yeah, I think that would be acceptable.
Okay, so let's revote on C The use will not materially endanger the public health or safety and will not substantially injure the value of the property, value of adjoining property if located where proposed, with the condition of 6, and let me mention, you have to agree to that additional condition. You won't consult with your client.
Yeah, so the condition is that staff will review any material,
Approve.
review and approve any
Yes.
material changes to the culvert.
Yes.
You guys good with that? That's fine.
Okay. All right, so with that being said, and with the applicant having agreed to that on the record, let's vote. All in favor of that finding, raise your hand. Okay, we're all unanimous. Now, having made the 3 required findings, we will now vote to issue the special permit as conditioned with the additional condition just discussed. All in favor of issuing the permit, raise your hand. Thank you. Did I hear?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, the permit is approved. You can have the floor back up.
That's fine, that was so much fun. Well, do you want to, so much fun is good? Yes. You want to take a break?
Yes.
Let's take a short recess, 5 minutes, and regroup, and we'll come back and do another one.
I'm leaving.
Stand in recess.
Yeah, there's a few of them right there.
Good luck to you tomorrow. Hopefully you'll be able to figure it out.
Back to order. We had so much fun with the first special use permit, we're gonna do it again with another one. So we are on to item C5, public hearing on SUP 2024-02 Hope Street subdivision, a request to authorize the subdivision of an existing parcel totaling 0.39 acres into 2 lots with lot widths less than the average lot widths within 300 feet or 1 block length. So once again, we need to start with a motion to go into public hearing.
Motion to go into public hearing.
Motion made by Alex, seconded by Jason. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now in public hearing. Parks, I don't think you need to.
We'll forego the introductory comments.
Yes.
Okay. Let me go straight to the no bias questions. Again, on this, Hope Street, applicant is the Old Well Group LLC. I believe the principal is Skip Wild. The the 3 questions for you is, do any of you have any financial or pecuniary interest in the outcome of this matter?
No.
Do any of you have any close family, business, or other associational relationships with applicant?
No.
And is there any other reason why you cannot make a fair and impartial ruling based solely on the sworn evidence presented?
No.
Okay, having said that, then you're properly constituted, and we will proceed with staff report.
We need to swear witnesses.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
And I will say, there are a number of people signed up for public comment, so we might need to have 2 rounds of swearing.
All right, how many do you have?
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, one of which is Mr. Russell, one of which is Mr. Wild, who I believe is the applicant.
Yep.
Is Mr. Rupp also with the?
Yes.
Okay, so 3 are with the applicant.
Let's do them first.
Okay.
All right, let's do 3 and staff. Where'd the file go?
It's right here.
Oh. All right, put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. You swear affirm the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Okay. All right, y'all be seated, except for Tiffany. Who's the other one?
We have David Campos, Ashley Benfield, Thomas Berm, and Ronnie B. I can't.
There's the
Benfield.
left hand on the Bible, raise your right. You swear affirm testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. And these 4, their comments are limited to the 3-minute rule.
Right.
Okay. We'll proceed with the staff report. Ms. Farrow, and narrative for it.
Perfect. This is SUP 2024.02 for 813 Hope Street. Again, the applicant representative presenting this evening will be John Russell Jr. This is parcel ID 187662, and the property owner is shared by Parks is the Old Well Group LLC. This property is also zoned general residential, which is why we're coming to you with this request this evening for consideration of a special use permit, as the applicant is seeking to subdivide its existing parcel into 2 separate lots, both with lot widths of 73.3 feet each. Similar to the previous request, the current lot width is noted at 146 linear feet. Staff is again proposing the same conditions as previously outlined in the case that you just heard for David Street as follows: that the applicant shall process a minor subdivision plat in accordance with section 15.3 of the LDC, that the residential units be connected to municipal water and sanitary sewer as approved by the city engineer, that the residential units adhere to renderings provided at the council meeting, specifically that wall cladding shall be cementitious fiberboard, brick, stone, or similar material, and that vinyl material may be used for the trim only. The special use permit shall be valid for 1 year, and the applicant should adhere to the erosion and sediment permit plan as approved by Gaston County through the entire development process. That is staff's brief presentation as to the case before you this evening, unless the applicant has any questions.
Mr. Russell, you have any questions?
I do. So Tiffany, similar questions to the last application. Did this project go to TRC prior to tonight?
This project did go to TRC.
And that included all the department heads, and specifically public safety, police, fire, public safety?
Yes.
Were there any concerns, objections, or comments from public safety, specifically police or fire, about this application?
No.
Public Works is also part of the TRC,
That is correct.
and that would be the department that looked at stormwater and any runoff?
I cannot speak to the specific things that they looked at, but I can tell you that Public Works includes stormwater as well as water, sewer, and other utilities for the city of Belmont.
Any comments, concerns, or objections from Public Works with respect to this application?
No.
That's all I have.
Council, questions for Ms. Farrow?
Questions?
No, not at this time.
Just maybe one, I know there was an issue regarding the exact, street width of the lot, the street frontage, and what the subdivided lots would, what their widths would be. Is Mr. Russell going to address that, or?
I can briefly address it from my experience with that, and then I would also recommend that the applicant address that with you this evening. Before you, for your consideration, staff has distributed an updated facts and findings that speaks to this issue. Upon review of all exhibits as provided with the initial application, staff noticed that the lot width as described in the initial facts and findings, or findings of fact that was included in your agenda packet, noted a lot width of 176 feet. That is consistent with the lot width as noted on Gaston GIS. However, it was in contradiction with the lot width as identified on the survey itself. Staff asked the applicant to verify the correct lot width and provide additional information, and as a result, this updated finding of fact has been issued for your consideration as a replacement of the one that was originally included in your agenda packet.
And just to be clear, that means the total street frontage is 146 feet, and the proposed lot widths are going to be 73.3 feet?
As proposed, that's correct.
Just in the interest of time, I think probably for the same reasons, we're gonna wanna probably get a topo map on this one too. Do you wanna maybe go?
I will work on that, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Good call.
Yes, good idea.
Anything else? Okay, Mr. Russell, you ready to
Yes, sir.
present your narrative?
I'm gonna this time pass out the PowerPoint presentation. So it might make it easier I'll move to introduce this at the appropriate time. Again, I'll just kind of quickly run through some of the intros. For the record, in this case, I'm John Russell. I'm attorney in Gastonia. I represent the applicant, Oldwell Group LLC, Skip Weil, who is here, and the general contractor with Caliber Custom Homes, Glenn Rupp. These are folks that are local. Oldwell has done a number of development projects in Gastonia, Mount Holly, Belmont. Caliber Custom Homes has been in business building homes since 2008. So they're experienced, they focus on Gaston County, local folks and local contractors. We start, as your application packet did, with a general overview of the neighborhood. I'm going to try to run through this as quickly as I can, but happy to take questions. Please stop me if you haven't. Subject property, 813 Hope Street, is in blue. This is an old R.L. Stowe and S.P. Stowe development that goes back to the 1940s. It's a really interesting history of properties in this area, the way things were developed. And so, although they were laid out initially in long widths of approximately 618 feet by 100 feet, over time they developed into smaller and smaller lots. And you'll see, sort of, I'll point to 830 on the screen, 844, lots that don't even have any street frontage and are served only by an easement that appears to cross 822. You also have what the county refers to as flag lots with a very short or narrow street frontage there and sort of more width in the back. You've got some long lots that run here, and I'll talk about those in a second. The topography of this site runs from the north down to the south. There's a creek or a culvert down here, so the property slopes pretty substantially across from the right to the left of your screen. I bring all that up because this is a really hard one to talk about visual and functional compatibility. You've got all kinds of different lots. You've got unique shaped lots, you've got lots with street frontage, you've got long lots, you've got very small lots, including 814, which is across the street there, 830 that you see. So it's a idiosyncratic type of land use development. That's important in terms of trying to look at compatibility. We talked a little bit about the findings of fact that, when you look at the deed history, some of the old deeds to this property, I'm going to skip right to the survey because there were some questions about that. GIS and the deeds appear to show longer runs for this property than the 146 feet. Staff brought up that question. We went out and surveyed it. It's been surveyed a couple times. 146 is the most conservative number. That's what we're going with. The surveyors did find a little bit of overlap where this property to the northeast kind of overlaps a little bit. So there's about 4 feet, 4.6 feet. You can see it a little bit better in the packet that I handed out. But regardless, the 146 is the most conservative and the smallest number, and that's what we're going with. It's been kind of an interesting route in terms of surveying. Here's the blocks with the other property. Focus on the block of Hope Street with the other properties highlighted there. I guess what I'd say again on that is with respect to functional compatibility with surrounding neighborhoods. Once 813 is divided and split in two, you still are left with pretty similar overall lot sizes to a lot of the surrounding 947, 814, 812, 830, those are all Hope Street addresses, 916, which is on Childers Street, and you see the properties up on Faith Street, 525, 528 particularly. This is not as deep a property as what we had on the prior one, so you're looking at more square, rectangular type parcels. The other thing that's sort of worth noting is, unlike the prior one, this is pretty vacant. There's not a lot of tree coverage, there's not foliage here, and in the back here, there's a good bit of tree coverage there between the subject property and Childers that sort of does provide some buffering, some existing buffering on this particular site. So not a lot of clearing to be done in terms of trees or foliage. Here's the table of surrounding lot lists, and this sort of addresses kind of some of the points that we made at the last hearing. You've got some really long, particularly if you go to the 300-foot radius, 355 feet of road frontage, 255 feet of road frontage at 822 190. So you've got a number of properties here, and again, it relates a little bit to the topography and how everything slopes to the southwest. So you've got a lot of larger lots that throw off the averages here. Renderings of the property, again, these are not intended to indicate exactly what would go there. That will still be done at the construction phase. The purpose here is to demonstrate some of the building materials, how the lots would be situated in terms of how they would face the street. We again agree with the same conditions that the staff had on the last one in terms of upgraded building materials, vinyl siding used only as an accent and not as a primary construction material. With the other materials, we would ask to be stricken adhere to the renderings presented to council. This gives you an idea of what's the scale. I'm going to talk a little bit about the size of the homes in a second here, but you kind of see traditional construction, front porches, windows, wood, and shingle accents.
I'm sorry, what did you ask to be stricken?
So in the conditions, one of the staff
Here to the
conditions
renderings.
is adhere to the renderings presented to
And the
council.
condition,
Yes.
3.
We,
One that's stricken.
just the first half of it. So that, just like we did on the last one, where the condition would be that we use the building materials that, and this would be not in our PowerPoint, it's in the staff report and proposed conditions. So that the building materials or upgraded or enhanced building materials that often come with the special use permit, we're agreeing that with. It's just the final renderings, how these would look, will be determined at the construction phase.
But you're gonna use the materials outlined, is that?
The types of materials that are in the staff report that staff's requesting, we're in agreement with that.
Okay. So you just don't want us to hold you to the fire on what your pictures are saying right here? Is that essentially what you're trying to say?
In other words,
I mean, I'm sorry, we're talking around, and I'm just trying to clearly
yes,
understand.
these are representative of the types of housing, how they would look, the scale of the housing, but probably not the exact final product.
Okay.
I feel that's similar to, that is traditionally what's been presented at the SUP process, because a lot of times there are changes to what's done once setbacks are determined, once the final construction plans are done. Kind of all of that, there are changes between the zoning, approval of the zoning, and then the submission of the building plans. So that's sort of why we've done that. This also shows that even on the sides of kind of the plans that have windows, porches, accent windows, things, chimneys, things like that. So again, returning to the findings of fact, these are the things that need to be met through evidence presented at the hearing. The first one, the use meets all required principles and specifications of the land development code and any adopted land use plan. So the first part is very similar to what you heard. This is general residential zoning. It will stay general residential zoning. There will be no relief from any requirements that currently exist in general residential by granting the SUP, whether that's building height, and I will talk about that, materials, setbacks, tree save, landscaping, utilities, anything that's required of the space. It will meet all requirements of the code with respect to general residential zoning. With respect to the future comprehensive land use plan, that the current iteration of the plan designates Childers and Pope Street as a neighborhood conservation area, which according to that plan, this is from the city's document, low and medium density housing consisting of up to 3 to 6 dwelling units per acre. With future development plans, and this is sort of, we think, important, intended to initiate and implement programs for revitalization and conservation of older areas possessing distinctive features, character, and identity. So one of the ideas of a neighborhood conservation area is to encourage new investment and to encourage development, because as you've seen, and we'll talk about that here, over time, the realtors and the people that have reviewed that have said that infill development helps stabilize neighborhoods. It brings in new residents. It adds investment to communities. And some of the older areas have not seen the level of investment that we've seen elsewhere in Belmont. So that's the comprehensive land use plan. We think that the development of infill housing of modest size, which as proposed here, is consistent with that. Part B is the plan will be visually and functionally compatible with the surrounding area. Again, in this case, in this neighborhood over on Pope Street, you're presented with multiple different property configurations and property developments. This particular property is consistent with, going back to the original overhead, is consistent with the vast majority of properties that are sort of in the center of that. There are some exceptions or some outliers that have longer, but for the most part, homes located close to the street, relatively relatively modest overall size in terms of acreage. What would be left once 813 is divided is very similar to the surrounding properties. So it meets Part B, visual and functional compatibility. Part C, two pieces to that. Again, one is that there will not materially endanger public health or safety. So this application also went to TRC. No concerns or comments expressed from the police or fire. No concerns presented or expressed from Public Works. With respect to value, will not substantially injure value of surrounding property. Is we had Leslie Dale, who's with RE/MAX, also a longtime Gaston County realtor, prepare a valuation summary. She includes some interesting observations about infill development that are worth reading and considering. This is also in the packet. And her points are infill technically brings in new community members. It tends to revitalize older neighborhoods, increasing property values there. It preserves the character by reinforcing certain existing aesthetics. And her point was environmentally friendly because it tends to, instead of clear cutting or going and doing your development at large scale, new subdivisions, you can reuse and repurpose existing underutilized land. All of that leads to her conclusion on page 2, based on my professional training and experience and review. It's my opinion that this infill project will enhance the values of adjoining property, and I find no evidence that the project would substantially injure adjoining property values. Over the last week or so, after the advertisements went out, staff received a number of calls or questions about this property. And so we've had some discussions with staff about trying to address those questions and add some additional conditions that will help support the findings of fact and help you find that the findings of fact are met. One of them concerns an issue that came up in the last hearing, and that is stormwater or water runoff that comes from construction or development. So, separate and apart from that, in discussions with staff, the applicant has agreed to the following conditions: adding swales to the property during the grading to make sure that water is diverted in a targeted or directed fashion; adding riprap to the property at locations to be determined with the city inspector during construction, which will also help with grading; and third, the use of enhanced or upgraded silt fencing with the approval of Gaston County Erosion and Sediment Control during the construction process. So there is some limited requirement of silt fencing. In this case, the applicant's agreeing to enhance silt fencing to kind of make sure that there's no construction runoff. One of the things that I think is worth bringing up, and I meant to ask Tiffany this, but if we need to, we can recall her. But when you're looking at a subdivision and you're dividing property into two and building smaller homes, you're often left with a much smaller footprint than what you would have if you built by right with just one home. So if you took a lot, for example, of 146 feet, did not have any constraints with respect to building materials, home size, building height, driveway space, you'd end up, in many cases, with a lot larger impervious area than you would when you subdivide, when you landscape, and when you build two smaller homes. So in this case, in addition to the issues with respect to grading and stormwater, the applicant has also agreed to limit the primary homes to a maximum of 1,700 square feet. The application asks for 1,500 to 1,800 to be sort of determined after discussions with staff and trying to address and make sure there's evidence to meet the findings of fact, particularly with compatibility. They're agreeing to lower that number to 1,700 square feet. They're limiting this structure to 2 stories with a foundation, which may be slab or maybe crawl space. That'll be determined, I think, at the grading and the construction phase, first floor, second floor, and then only storage space added. Currently, under the single-family home requirements of general residential, you can have 2.5 stories, so there's a voluntary limitation by the applicant. And the third thing, we can have Glenn speak to this if there are questions limiting the roof pitch to 8/12. That, in his opinion, and I'll have him come up and verify that, tends to give the appearance or decrease the appearance of height with respect to the buildings. That's our presentation. Again, I'd be happy to take questions. I do have Skip Weil and Glenn Rupp. I have them come up to answer questions, and some of your questions may be better directed to them and their individual expertise.
Questions from council?
Well, I'm going to probably circle back to Tiffany. Do we have the topo
We do.
information? Is this the appropriate time to maybe review that, and then maybe barring those questions may go to the applicant?
All right, Cassidy's gonna bring those up. Bear with us 1 second.
Thank y'all for doing this on the fly. We appreciate it.
Perfect. Thank you, Cassidy. All right, so what you see here is the subject property is outlined in blue on your screen. I wanted to zoom out in this so that you can see where the floodplain and floodways are. They do not overlap the subject property, but the water does drain in that general direction towards that water body. As you, bear with me, let me go to the zoomed up image here. Generally, the topography slopes downward as the arrow is shown in red. On the screen, the uppermost topographic contour is noted through Gaston GIS as 636 foot in elevation, with the lowermost point being 614 foot in elevation. So there is an approximately 20-foot slope downward from the rear corner of the northern portion of the site to the street frontage on the south. You're welcome.
Thank you, and sorry, Tiffany, did staff, with these additional proposed, the supplemental conditions, has staff reviewed those as well and think that those are suitably gonna stop water runoff during construction essentially to impact surrounding properties?
Staff has reviewed the proposed conditions, and in terms of stopping water runoff, I don't know that I would state that on the record. Do I feel that they would help to address water runoff more than what the standard agreement is for infill lots without some of these enhanced measures? Yes. That being said, from our understanding with Gaston County Department of Natural Resources, there is an understanding that properties that are lower in elevation do have a general understanding that they're needing to accept some downstream water flow.
To Charlie's earlier question from the previous one, which is a good point, do we have any existing issues with this property that we are aware of with water runoff, considering it's already cleared, I guess?
Not that have been currently brought to planning staff's attention, although I would not speak for Public Works or engineering.
I have a question. With that being said, Mr. Russell, is it true that you said that the property slopes are substantial? Like on this property, you said that the water runoff is substantial?
I did not say the water runoff. There is as Tiffany pointed out, there is a drop as you go from the northeast to the southwest, and that's shown on the topo.
Okay, I'm sorry, I got the word wrong.
That's all right, no. So, and that's part of the reason why we've been working with staff to try to make sure there are additional measures that we usually wouldn't see to address that. So that Glenn Rupp with Caliber Custom Homes is just today was working on a riprap project that we were talking about earlier. He can sort of answer where he is used to putting that in to help divert water to address the flow of water. So I mean that's a combination of grading, the riprap, measures, as Tiffany said, we typically would not be conditions on this, but we feel like they're appropriate and the applicants are trying to address some of the concerns that are
So maybe with the applicants, we understand where we're gonna try to divert the water to, and currently, for the current existing infrastructure, is there stormwater on that street existing, or currently?
Do you have any pictures?
Drains?
No.
It drains into the gutter.
I'm sorry.
You want to talk, I think the question, Glenn, any thoughts or plans about how you go about, given your experience and knowledge of the site, how would you go about with the?
And I'm just pulling up a map of it on my phone.
Sure, and just for council, I'm currently working on 2 custom homes. I just completed one, and the slopes are probably 2 to 3 times this. We did one in Kramer Mountain, that was probably 4 times this, over a short amount, a shorter run, and the rise was probably double and triple. So, first thing we do is, we bring in a company, Erosion Defense. They do all of our erosion control. They come in before we even touch the ground. We're not required in Gaston County for these size lots to put up the silt fence, but we put up a 3rd level of silt fence. So we go beyond what you typically see on any residential project. Because we want to be good neighbors. I live here, so we want to be good neighbors. In the case, home, we literally just did we built our own culvert through the approval of Gaston County and the road department. It was an area that was prone to flooding, and we built a riprap system. We put in what we call straw wattles, and neighbors were applauding us during Helene because the area was known to flood during Helene. Again, the neighbor thanked us because the adjacent property, the water used to back up where this lot is, up into his front yard. He was very concerned. So what we will do is we'll bring in erosion defense with our grader. As Mr. Russell pointed out, you can see the topo, the water drops here. There is a concrete gutter, collection gutter along here. As Tiffany mentioned, it drains this way down the street. When you have these kind of slopes, what you want to do is you want to regrade and bring it as gradual and as plain as co-planar as we can. And that's the key. So it's not so much the slope, it's the level, the plane of that slope. So you want to bring it down gradually. What most residential builders don't do, because it costs money, and money is the less profit, is they don't put enough swales in. And that's why we see new neighborhoods and brand new neighborhoods that have flooding and mud. So if you take those precautions, not only swales, we put swales in, and what you typically don't see on these small lots is we put water diverters. So you'll see it in big projects now, right? So you see these, we're familiar with in Belmont. So what you see going in some of these larger neighborhoods, we do on small lots. So we know the path of water is this way. It's not so much the amount of water, it's the flow of water, but it really comes down to velocity. Right? So you don't want it to funnel, right? We don't want it to funnel here. We don't want it to funnel down here, go to Mr. Campos' front yard. So there's a hill here. We cut this hill back, right? We put diverters at the top of the hill and swale, and we push the water this way.
Did that answer the question?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. And did you say you're using 3 silt fences?
Well, it's what they call a 3-level. It's just a better graded silt fence. You can go to Lowe's and buy a silt fence. In Gaston County, if you're building a lot over 1 acre, you have to put a silt fence. Gaston County will accept. I can go to Lowe's, buy a roll of silt fence with the wooden stakes, bang it in, and we're compliant.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what we do. We actually, like I said, we bring an erosion defense company in, even on these small lots, and we use their erosion control plan. So it's a much better level of silt fence. And if there's an area of concern for them, what we'll do is we'll back that up with either ABC or number 57 stone. which is unheard of, but again, we call it belts and suspenders.
And this is a third party that I guess you guys contract, is the developer?
Yeah, I contract through my grading contractor.
And then Tiffany, just for, again, just so for my understanding, whatever they come up with, that will be ultimately reviewed and approved by staff to ensure that that it complies?
Yes, and planning would coordinate directly with Public Works and our city engineer to make sure that the water flow is appropriate as planned.
And just for council, on this, there was a home on this lot at one point, so there's an existing driveway. So typically, on the slope, what we'll do is not only we'll bring silt fence here, pretty much like a larger commercial site, we'll actually bring silt fence up wherever the construction drive is. We'll also bring silt fence along that construction drive.
Any other questions for Mr. Russell or the applicant?
And I'm assuming the intention, not that we can regulate your intentions, but I'm assuming the intentions are to sell these two properties?
Depends on what's the outcome here, sorry. Until we know what we're permitted to do, we can't decide if we'll do it and what exactly our goal will be. So frankly, that's up to what happens here. Are we building two houses, one house? What are we gonna build? And how big can that one house be? A lot bigger than the two we're talking about. If we chose to.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last comment. What was that?
If we chose to.
If we can only build one house, it could actually be much larger than the two smaller houses.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Not really a question, really more of a commendation. It's refreshing to hear what I just heard from you and the extra measures that you take. We don't see or hear that a lot. We've had some nightmare stories recently, especially with infill developments, which is why you're getting a lot of these questions.
Quite sensitive to it right now.
No, I appreciate it. I drive by a lot of developments and I'm surprised what I see.
Demonstrates how you want to be a good neighbor, and we appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I have one. So, I get with the supplemental conditions, the maximum, building will be 1,700 square feet on each lot. I saw something in the packet about an accessory structure. Where does that, like maybe a garage, where does that stand at the present? Would there be a garage in addition to the?
So there could be, I mean, that's one, accessory structures and ADUs are allowed in the, under general residential, they would still be allowed, so the same options would be there. A lot of it's gonna depend on the setback calculations that we talked about in the earlier things, so once you get to construction, we'll start looking at the average setbacks, what can fit. And then they'll also kind of look at the aesthetics and see kind of, some of it will be dictated by the market, you know, our detached garage is something that adds value and something that they want to do, so that would be allowed. I don't think a final determination has been made, but obviously, I don't want to speak if I'm speaking out of turn on that.
Yep, totally.
And I'm assuming that that would be the same for each subdivided lot, that there could be an accessory structure. Okay. And then just so I can, it seemed to me that once subdivided, even after being subdivided to 73 feet, the proposed lots will still be wider than some of the other lots in the area. And it also seems it's a very, like you said, unique neighborhood, that there are some abnormally long lots there that tend to skew the average, it seems to me. Is that what?
Yeah, it is really hard, Mayor Pro Tem, to say what's the average lot in this particular neighborhood. But you're correct. They will definitely be smaller than the biggest lots, but they're gonna be a good bit wider.
There's even one that sort of encompasses like both sides of a dead end, yeah. So that's, all right, that's all I have. Any other?
Okay, is that everything for yours? So I think we're now at public comment.
Correct.
Sheet.
So,
Item sheet, yes.
Captain, you want time?
Well, we've got Cass's back.
Time, okay.
There'll be a light up there. When it's green, you're good. Yellow, just like a traffic light. Yellow, you're coming up on your time, and red, there'll be a noise. Stop. You've got 3 minutes. Maybe Parks, sort of go through what.
Well, I mean, like I said before, you're supposed to present factual testimony. If you, opinion, solely, opinion testimony will be disregarded. So that's just the general rule. So substantive testimony is what is being requested, sworn.
Everyone's
Everybody's been sworn. So who's the first?
David Campos.
You
Okay.
can make it third time, these other like.
I suppose they could. Also, please state your address.
Yeah, my name is David Campos. I live at 814 Help Street. I only have 3 minutes here, so I'll go through. Since Help Street is a area of neighborhood conservation area, the proposed house on our street, we have no two-story houses. We have no garages. We have one covered car shed. This being compatible with the neighborhood it's just out of line with the neighboring houses. I think the average house is probably 8 to 1,100 square feet. With the numbers they have, the only two-story house is on Faith Street, and I can see it from my front yard, and it's on the other street across. So, I mean, our neighborhood is just not designed for this kind of build. It's an older neighborhood, a lot of older people here. I think we really need to be careful how we develop that with the ball field right across the tracks and maybe getting the light rail at some point. That's undeveloped land down there, and a lot, I love my house. I've been here for 15 years, raised my daughter. Building those two houses across the street that's probably 15, 20 feet higher than my house is definitely gonna impact the skyline. And then as far as the water runoff, all the water runs into the street, except for on the back side of my house where we have a creek that overflows sometimes when it rains really hard. Now, they say they're gonna tie into existing water. The house that was on that property was a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house. I know they're tying into the existing water. I'd like to know what the impact on the sewage and water are gonna be with that. And those are pretty much my concerns. Any questions?
Questions? Mr. Russell, any questions from council?
I do have a question. Do you guys currently experience, since the lot, again, doesn't have much vegetation on it, do you guys?
It has vegetation.
Okay.
It does run down. I mean, it comes down the driveway into the street. It gets pretty bad on the street when it rains.
Thank you.
And then putting that much footage of houses and garages. And the proposal I saw was for a detached garage, 24 by 24 with living space above. I mean, is that something that they'll be able to do? A 2-story house and a garage with living space above? Oh, okay. Anyway, my time's up, but thank you guys.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ashley Benfield.
Hi, so my name is Ashley, and I live at 854 Hope Street, and we also have the lot in front of it at 844. My biggest concern is that the existing water and sewage issues that we already have on this street are terrible. There's record of at least 14 flush repairs at our house at 854 that has simply not even been completed. There are leaks all over the roads on Hope Street that are constantly happening. I don't feel like, my opinion I guess, but obviously they can't The city can't hold that much, and adding 2 more homes on 813 that's not really a single family home. That's gonna be more than 2 people living there with a kid. If you're gonna have a garage and a living space above it, plus a 1,750 square feet for 2, it's not adequate enough for that neighborhood. We feel like that it's not adequate enough for that street and for the surrounding homes that are not of that style of home. They're all 2 to 3 bedroom, 1 2 baths, 1 stories, no garages. The road width is not adequate for more traffic. If it says on there that, I don't know where it's at, but it says that it's wider than it actually is. Our street is not wide enough. If there are cars parked on one side of it, that is typical on a daily basis, it's a one-way road. It's not, and just adding 2 more houses, even just 1 house on that property it's not gonna work out. There's gonna be issues with the parking and getting through from point A to point B. And at 854 and 844 Hope Street, 844 is a land lot. There is no house there. And we have proposed to the city of Belmont to build a home and conjoin those, and we were denied, stating that there was not enough room. But if you add the 2 acreages together for those lots, it's bigger than that 1 lot that they're wanting to split for 2 properties. So I'm not really understanding how that, works, but we just don't feel like that is, if they're gonna get to do that, then other houses that want to better their home should be able to do that as well. It shouldn't be just for certain properties. It should be for everybody in the neighborhood if they want to, beautify it and make it better with the existing houses that we already have. I think that's all I have to say.
Any questions? Thank you.
I do have one more thing. The drainage system is not an actual drainage system. It's never cleared out, it's never cleaned. We have pictures of it. The water just goes down there and it just flows down through our street and into our property. There will be inches of water after it rains in our front yard.
Next name.
Thomas Berm.
It's Barry.
Barry, oh yeah.
I like the fruit.
Oh,
Yes, Thomas Berry.
Yes, I'm Thomas Berry, 812 Hope Street. I'll keep this short since they pretty much covered everything. The infrastructure down there is just not made to put 2 houses. To piggyback off what they said, we all have single story, 2 to 3 bedroom, single glass. That road, I think they had on there 30 feet, that is 18-foot wide road. We already have drainage issues. I know we've had plumbers out there several times this year. I know the city came out and recently just fixed a bad water main break, and this was a couple months ago. And to add 2 more houses, and if they do what they're proposing with a 2-story house, right now I don't have much of a view just because of the big hill, but that would definitely destroy all of the view that I have. And it's me and my mother there. She's getting old, so I know she don't want to look out and have to see a monstrosity of a house, but that's a little opinion, but that's pretty much all I got. Like I said, they've covered most of it, my concerns anyway, so thank y'all.
Any questions?
What big hill are you referring to?
So that house is on a very large hill. It's about 10 foot from my lot.
Okay.
Just standing on the road, the hill it's pretty significant. Honestly, and this is opinion, but honestly, I don't understand how they can grade that to make it where it will drain properly. It's just a massive hill. And I know he was preaching silk fence and everything, but the size of that hill and the runoff that we already have, because I know the end of the road floods whenever it rains. It's every time it floods. And like they mentioned, the street is it's a river every time it rains. So adding that much more, I'm really concerned about what it's going to do for the drainage. Right now the drain we have doesn't. My backyard floods all the time. Every time we get a heavy rain, the backyard's flooded, the front yard's flooded. And it takes a couple days for all that. I mean, it's great for grass, but, you know, it takes a couple days for all that to run off. And with that healed, they knock that out. I don't know how they're gonna combat that. And with the plumbing issues that we've had, I know they've had plumbing issues, and they're farther down the line than I am. So it'll be a lot of strain on the infrastructure. With the aging roads and everything else over there, I mean, you talk about adding 2 more families, possibly 4 to 6 more cars, depending on the size of the families. There needs to be some, and it's a dead-end road. I mean, it'd be different if we had an in and an out, but there's only one way into that neighborhood.
Any other questions? Mayor, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ronnie Benfield.
I no longer need to speak, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think I have some follow-up.
I do
Sure,
as well.
okay, who do you want to call?
I would like to call the applicants back up.
Okay.
I guess I'll wait, oh, sorry.
The contractor or the owner?
I will start with the contract.
Okay.
So I just want to understand and make sure I understand the facts here. So as far as the concern in regards to a garage with a second floor to it, can you speak to that? Has that been discussed as a proposal to this project? To Jim's earlier point, potentially there may be a garage. Now, I understand we may or may not add it, but I'm thinking one-story detached garage, that's similarly what we would see in a single-family home neighborhood. But if we're talking about a 2-story garage, I think that's a little bit separate. So I just want to kind of put some clarification behind that.
Yeah, so the discussion has been based on code, an ADU building, which is, could be a garage and could have living space above it.
Thank you.
What about the main dwelling unit? Would that be potentially 2 stories as well?
Potentially, yes.
Detached garage? That hasn't been determined yet?
I would imagine that was attached. And the second floor. Oh, that's true too. Sorry, I do have a few more. And then this one might be for Tiffany. Thank you so much. So based off of what some of the previous testimonies just had, and it kind of ties into some of our earlier discussions in regards to water runoff. What we didn't touch on is the infrastructure aspect of this. So we're hearing concerns potentially about water pressure, potentially sewage backup. Do we have anything from staff side to put clarity around this in regards to any situations or issues that we currently see in this area?
I do not. I did check specifically before this hearing with the city engineer and the city inspector as to the process related to utilities and how that would go during permitting. But in terms of your specific question, I do not believe what I'm about to read would address all of that. Per the city inspector, he noted that normally when existing utilities are on site, they would be required to be exposed for inspection prior to any new connections being made. And at that time, it would be determined if those utilities could be reactivated or if they would need to be abandoned and new utilities installed to properly service the sites in that area. Because there was an existing structure on the site, but we don't have a specific date as to the time of demolition, there's not an exact ability to tell where those services are currently located until they're exposed or the condition they're in, and that's why that would be done at the time of permitting.
So to an earlier point made that there was a single-family house there, and now we're proposing 2 single-family houses and then potentially 2 garages with an upstairs, potentially added area for living quarters. Do we still believe our infrastructure can sustain that type of density?
Doesn't sound like they're gonna do that analysis until the permit is
Then
That's
how-
not something that the planning department has the capacity to handle, so this specific request is related to lot widths, but before we issued the permits, each one we need to verify that our infrastructure could support the flows through the lines.
And obviously, if it couldn't, no permit would be issued. Is that?
That is my understanding,
That's what I'm
although,
trying to get at.
if that is something that you all would like to clarify as a condition of the special use permit, it feels to me that that would be an appropriate.
I think it would have to, because we go back to the question, not trying to pinpoint this or precedent or anything like that, because I know it doesn't apply, but again, how in good conscience can I approve anything if I don't know that we have the infrastructure to support it?
Sure.
So, yeah.
I agree, and I think too, like, again, this is opinion, and I know we're not allowed to give our opinion, but we haven't done the sewage capacity for the rest of Belmont, so in good conscience,
That should be a condition.
I feel like it should be a condition as well, like what if this, if what, the testimonies have spoken, I know we're basing this off of facts that they're giving us right now, but there's more facts to this story, possibly. I don't know, this is new to me, guys, so I don't know how to.
Based on the larger study, you're saying,
Sure.
could yield more.
Sure.
But we have to look at.
The facts
Well,
associated with
Yeah.
Right.
Parks, this is maybe gonna be a question to you. And again, I just wanna ensure that I'm looking at this appropriately and voting on this appropriately. And for the spirit of discussion here, I'm getting hung up again where we're talking about this potential garage, if a garage is gonna be there, if a garage is not gonna be there. Because the way I'm looking at it, when I look at the maps and the data that's presented here, potentially that could go against from what is compatible to that area, right? So I'm getting kind of caught up, and I think that's an important aspect to know before we approve the SUP. So I'm just looking for some guidance or some advice from your perspective on this.
Do you think there's a condition that could be added that could get you,
Yeah, for me, it would be a condition you can't put on that. You can't put 11 quarters above the garage. It would be the condition for me. And I know Jim's gears are spinning right there, but
Yeah, I'm trying to think, is that an appropriate condition? Because it seems like they're allowed to do it in the code, so we'd be saying.
anything that's allowed under the code, I don't think we could prohibit.
Yeah, because here's where I'm getting hung up. Mr. Russell, I have a question for you and I have a question for Tiffany. Do you contest or will you stipulate, as Mr. Campos stated, that there are no two-story houses and no garages on Hope Street?
I don't know the answer on that.
Okay. But my question to Tiffany is, let's say we don't grant a special use permit. They still got a lot. They can, as they indicated, they can still build one house there. By right, could they not build 3 stories?
They're limited by right to 2.5
2.5.
stories, but they could by right, and they could build to each side setback line and the front and the rear.
Because that's what I'm getting about. Because I find that to be factual, whether there are 2-story houses on that street or whether there are garages on that street. That's a fact, not an opinion. So I'm questioning whether it's visually or functionally compatible. But at the end of the day, you can build a 2.5-story house there. So, I think.
can we have a definition of a 2.5-story house? Are you talking about 2 stories with an attic, or what are we talking about, 2.5 stories?
For record, I would prefer to read it directly as our definition in the code
By all means.
is, so.
Sorry, Jim. I was just trying to get clarification. But I see what you're saying to that point, and I do agree with you on that. It is conflicting. It is. But while she's looking at that, Jim, at the end of the day, we have to vote on the facts presented, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm putting you on the spot a lot, Tiffany, tonight.
That's all right, let's see how quickly I can pull this to memory.
Yeah, I know.
Cassie, you can see the music.
And the background.
Yeah, just put the background up there too.
Perfect, and our code in chapter 4 does not answer that. Let me see if I can instead go to chapter 2. Bear with me one second.
Page 684.
AI assistant is getting in my way. All right. The definition of story, as it reads in chapter 2, says the part of a building or structure above ground level between a floor and the floor of the or roof next above. A mezzanine shall be considered a story if it exceeds 1/3 of the area of the floor immediately below. A penthouse shall be considered a story if it exceeds 1/3 of the area of the roof. The under roof area with dormers does not count as a story. My understanding of 2.5 stories would be that there is some sort of living space in that upper area. Normally you'd see a window there that would be raised just enough. Normally it's like a 4 foot with some elevated roof line to allow for that clearance, as opposed to 2 stories, which would not have that additional 4 feet prior to the roof line pitch.
So essentially a 3 stories, basically, is how I know it's not interpreted or not.
3 stories of residential living area.
Right, 3 stories of living area. Thank you, Tiffany.
You're welcome.
Anything else? All right, in that case, I think it's appropriate for a motion to come out of public hearing.
Motion to come out of public hearing?
Motion made by Alex,
Second.
seconded by Catherine. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are out of public hearing. Parks, let me ask this, because, the next item on the agenda then is C6, consider approval of SUP 2024-02 Oak Street subdivision. With the idea of perhaps avoiding a rather circuitous route that we went through last time, perhaps we should talk about additional conditions first. So,
let's do this, okay, that's fair, let's do this, out of the 3 conditions, if we take the first one, the use meets all required principles and specifications of the code and any adopted land use plans.
I think that's good.
Is everybody, who's in favor of that? Okay, all right. So heartburn's gonna come with B or C, primarily B, is that what, you want some additional, discussion about? And it's fair to discuss that, so let's do B. The proposed plan, if developed according to the plan submitted and approved, will be visually and functionally compatible to the surrounding area. Before we vote, what are the concerns there or relative to adding a condition?
well, I'll just say, because I think in my mind they've been resolved, and I'm open to whatever conditions others might propose, but to me, what got my wheels churning, as Alex would say, is, all right, if there's no 2-story buildings or garages on the street, would this proposal, which includes that, be visually and functionally compatible? But at the end of the day, where I come down is that what's allowed in the area, and what they're doing, even if they put a 2nd story on or accessory dwelling, it's compatible with what's allowed under the code. So to me, then I guess it would satisfy that, in purely in that. In my well, I guess you can't.
How the other?
Can I,
Yeah.
to talk this through, but the way I am when I'm reading this is I'm not being asked if that's what's allowed as you outlined, right?
Yeah.
I'm being asked, does this
Be visual.
will be visually and functionally compatible to the surrounding areas? And the question at hand, I'm at a no. It won't. Not at 2 stories, not with a detached garage, not with a 2nd story above the attached garage. So that's kind of where I'm at.
That's how I
And
see
the
it.
alternative by right scenario is immaterial.
Right.
That's how I'm viewing it.
Is that,
It's immaterial, or it's not really in anything in evidence.
yes,
All right, and if you're,
Still no.
yeah,
mhm. Yeah,
I mean, the proposed plan
mhm.
could have, they say, this type structure. So that's what's in evidence.
At least with the sub. Assuming,
Will be visually and functionally compatible to the surrounding area.
no, I'm saying, at least with the sub, if you were to impose those additional conditions, plus anything else that we might seek to add within reason, at least we have some measure of control
Mhm.
or oversight on what those improvements need to be to take into account the concerns of the neighbors, whereas
If it's
we
by
don't,
right,
if it's by right,
they can throw up any.
we have
Yeah.
zero influence, right?
That's true. So in that case,
But still, we're
But
voting
we
on
really-
facts.
We can't vote on it based off of,
right, but we can vote on it based on conditions that would alleviate our concerns.
I agree, but.
Which
So-
means it'd have to be one story
So my
and,
conditions would be one story. And I don't know about the garage, that one I'm stuck on, because if there's no garages in the area, then I wanna
there's only
lean to that, there's
one
no garage, right?
covered,
They said there was one carport or something.
yeah. No garages and one covered car area, so probably like a carport, I would presume.
Jim?
With regard to the garage, I mean, does that really, even if there aren't any other surrounding homes that have one, does that have a diminutive value on the house? No, I think it's accretive, like it adds to
Mhm.
the value.
I don't disagree, I'm just saying based off of what they're asking us for the facts, will it be visually, functionally
Yeah,
compatible?
you're talking about.
I
Jason,
totally
think
don't
it's
disagree.
We're
C.
talking about.
Fair
Yeah.
enough, no, I get that.
Which C,
That's
we
what's
can get
missing.
into, but B, again, I'm still hung up on the garage.
Is that an appropriate condition?
Would be what?
One story, no garage.
That would be something that the applicant would have to agree to.
Because again, that's gonna get you what's visually compatible to the surrounding area. Jim, you
Are
know,
we right?
you're pretty good at, you know, with the debating and stuff. Completely.
I must, yeah, because I mean, we've got fact.
That's-
There's no. Yeah. Yeah. So let's see what Mr. Russell says. Yeah.
Let me ask this, the one story is, being debated, are you saying a one-story garage is also acceptable or not?
I feel like it should be.
Yeah.
Should, just no living space above the garage, because that defeats the whole purpose.
Mr. Russell, I think they wanna add, that a garage, one story, space above would also.
I feel like, but the facts are, is that there are no garages on that street, so if we're going with facts, that's what, I just wanna make sure, like, we don't get in trouble after the fact for not stating the facts. Because if I'm going off my feelings, what's the point of this?
I,
We could build
I'm gonna get into that other business stuff, but
with living space above it.
If we ever get
And they
it.
can.
if we ever get there. I don't disagree with what Catherine just said. Look, I mean, again, if the surrounding area is one story, no garage, that's what it is. That's what's visually compatible, and that's what I'm being asked to vote on, is what is visually compatible. That's
But
me.
if that's the rule and standard, how did you ever get to a point where properties get approved?
I'm sorry?
If that's the standard and that's the rule, and we never get past it, how do you ever
I presume we don't get it.
I think ever improved value by adding things like a garage to your home.
Well, we previously approved an SUP and got past this.
Well,
Because it was big.
I mean, the way you do it is you do it by right, like, you know, because they're trying to subdivide. I mean, if they don't subdivide, they can build what, you know,
Whatever they want.
by right, whatever's allowed by the
So I mean, I guess as a straw poll, you're saying single family, well, I don't know what you're saying, what are you saying?
Don't say anything. I think he's saying
No, it's big.
single story.
Single story garage.
And then Catherine and I are saying single family with no garage. Charlotte, you're saying.
On the fence.
so to speak.
But we're not adding.
But we're not adding fences. This is not what we're doing. We're doing.
It's getting late.
Yeah, it's getting late.
It's getting late. We have a closed session.
We're going on the facts here.
It's the question. It's,
It's-
if I look at this black and white,
If we weren't going on facts, then this would be a different conversation.
And we are asking about it, so, yeah.
Mr. Russell, did you have
I
a?
agree with Allison, yeah.
So if it were one story, is there a limitation on the square footage? Or would it just be whatever can fit in the setback?
Well, the average house on that street is 800 to 1,100 square feet, so for that, that would be,
Not sure if that's been verified, but.
Yeah, I don't think that that's, I think the statement was that homes in the neighborhood generally range from 1,000 to
I
1,500
guess we'd
square
have to
feet.
figure that out.
With at least one single-family home having slightly more than 1,900 square feet, according to this response.
That's according to GI, that would have been looking at GIS, because they will have the square footage.
Is there an answer about the condition?
There's a question back to you, Mr. Wilson.
What is it?
So if it were limited to one story, then our assumption is that would not include a limitation on the square footage. It would be whatever can fit within the setbacks. Is that correct or not correct?
Head roof pitch. Well,
well, our
there's
code,
no condition of square footage currently in the condition. I mean, there's no.
Well, the supplemental conditions say maximum 1,700 square
We
feet.
offer that, but we would need,
Okay.
our question is, if this is the route that we're gonna go,
Would you want to amend that 1,700
yes, yeah,
to what?
to whatever could fit within the setbacks. We would take out, if we wanna keep it to one story, I understand that, we take out the other conditions that we tried to come up with to address that, and instead substitute what council does, which is one story. I'm not really sure where we are on the garage, but we use that instead of the other options that we came up with.
What's council's?
well, I mean, what would still prevail though would be what our existing side setbacks are within the code.
Correct, absolutely.
So our existing side setbacks for infill is some averaging too, is that not correct? To help complement, again, the surrounding area for an infill. So for me, okay, because you have a default to the side setbacks that we have.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
So you'd be okay with no limit on square foot, subject to the setbacks?
In exchange for a limit of one story.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm fine with that.
I'm okay with that if I'm considering the topo that's already with the property, I mean, at the same time,
With a garage, without a garage?
again, without a garage.
Yeah,
Okay.
Again, the side setbacks will prevail, and the side setback language, which we're also gonna review tonight if we get to it, actually, that's for major development, not infill, but is the averaging, right? So if it's gonna look at these lots, you see that these lots have large side setbacks, so it's gonna take that averaging calculation into account.
So am I hearing that it's acceptable, it's a trade-off for the single story only with no, square footage limitation?
And no garage.
And no garage.
No garage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the condition regarding the assessment of the sewer and water infrastructure, is that something that we need to?
I think that's.
That's C and C.
Yeah, that was the C step there. So, Mr. Russell, I think does that answer your question?
I'm sorry, I was also talking.
Okay.
He's in a sidebar.
So if, councils come back with a single story, only, no garage, no square footage limitation.
Well, whatever
The
is
existing code.
within,
Subject to the
Sure.
side, subject to the setback requirements.
Can we recess the hearing to come back at a different day? Because I think what we're gonna need to do is probably do some calculations and also look at the average setback.
hearings.
Well, the hearing's closed. We're now in, considering the approval of the SUP. So,
Because technically, we're at the point of the vote, and the vote is based off the conditions, and the conditions need to be approved by the applicant before we can proceed
agreed
to the vote, or agree to, if they so choose.
So the answer is no. We have
No.
to either kind of
That's
up or
right.
down as
Right.
it exists now.
right.
Yeah, so.
The applicant has a clarifying question about the outcome of the SUP if agreed upon by the applicant. They'd like to ask.
Okay, ask away.
So if we're in, construction and we're doing the side setbacks and it's not workable, then the question is, what happens to the SUP if at that point it's not workable and one over one lot? Is it just where you not record the, exempt subdivision plat?
Okay, so what are you're
If
saying?
we approve the SUP, we go forward with the conditions that are negotiated.
Because it couldn't meet the condition?
No, we would meet that condition, but the side setbacks, after you do the averages from the 300-foot radius and when you're at construction, if that doesn't produce a workable enough home.
Wait a minute, what does that mean, workable enough home?
For the applicant.
What he's saying is, what if they agree to our conditions and they get the special use permit, they start building the subdivided lots, and based on the side setbacks requirements, they can't build a big enough home to make it worth their while, can they just
Go back to by right.
go back to, which I think is what Cynthia Hagler did when we gave her an SCP a few years ago. Something similar, like we granted an SCP, but I don't think that was ever actually built. It ended up being built by right.
I believe that's what happened as well.
Okay. All right, well, if there's.
But I couldn't reach, I didn't know if there's been anything.
That's a good point.
Nothing's happened since that time, so I believe that if the SUP is granted, not used, and they can default back to my right.
Okay.
Well, hold on, but currently it's a combined plat, right? So there's two that.
They never go forward with the subdivision. It's just one.
Okay, that's right, that's right.
So, if we do all the averages and it doesn't work, because we knew we could do it, but with smaller building, we'll have the 2 stories. We don't know what we can do with it. We can envision this, so I just want to.
Question, so we've got one that we're trying to subdivide into 2.
Yes, yes.
If the SUP then is basically voided because it doesn't work for the applicant, then so is subdividing the lot itself.
Right.
So then they need to re-subdivide.
No,
It would never
Or,
be-
excuse me, it would just might be one single lot.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
But that's fine.
You're good? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so, now, if the condition has been added to limit any structure to one story, with no limitation on square footage, subject to compliance with the setbacks, side setbacks.
Side setbacks.
And no garage.
And no garage.
And no garage.
Yeah,
No detached garage or no garage at all?
No garage, because again, as we're interpreting it, there's no garages existing.
No garages, period, right?
I don't speak for everyone else. That's how I.
Is that a fact? We've heard that.
Right, that's what, I'm looking at the area, there's like a.
So is it no detached garage or no garage, period?
I was saying no garage, but.
But you were basing that on
Yeah.
a statement that there was
Testimony.
0
My testimony.
garages
Correct.
in the surrounding area, in that 300-foot, one block area. It's all good.
It doesn't look like there's attached. There's several.
Carport.
There's at least one.
See one at 847.
What's that one in 900? What is that, a shed?
How do you not know that?
All right, Mr. Wilson, ask another clarifying question. So if you put this condition in, no garages, and then the neighborhood develops, so there's garages on this is recorded in the register of deeds, and whoever owns this property 40 years from now, 25 years from now, cannot have a garage. That's the restriction that you're putting on, so that as this neighborhood progresses and develops, if other houses build a garage, this property still would not be able to have a garage.
Value depressed.
So do you want to limit it to no, detached?
I'll say no detached, I think they,
You're okay with an attached?
Yeah, I'm okay with detached.
Okay. Is that
I would agree with that.
An attached on one story.
attached?
Yeah.
One story.
Mhm.
Attached one story. Okay. Do I hear, is that acceptable?
We don't have the limitations of the roof that's using it.
Now, the condition regarding sewer and water, let's see.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, jumping ahead.
Okay. Do I need to repeat anything?
No.
So all those in favor of B as conditioned with the new conditions, say aye or raise your hand.
I'm gonna vote against it, because
Okay.
again, I'm still
That's
against
fine.
this garage.
That passes. C, the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety and will not substantially injure the value of adjoining property if located where proposed. Now, Mr. Rumfeld.
Well, I think, we've heard sufficient concern from the surrounding neighbors about the existing sewer and water infrastructure, much less, what may be caused by the development of one or two dwelling units there. So I would like to see some sort of condition imposed that, that's addressed. I understand that the existing infrastructure in the ground may or may not be compatible with what they're proposing, but that won't be determined until the permitting stage. So I don't know how you phrase that, but I would like to see some sort of condition to address that.
No permit to be, I think we've done something, or something similar has been proposed with, Crescent, no permit to be issued if there's not sufficient water or sewer capacity for.
So let me ask you this, who's responsible for testing that? Because we have a citywide survey or study going on right now, and if this has not already been done, that study results won't be available until,
We said May was when you will.
so is the condition asking them to wait until spring of next year to proceed? I guess that's what I'm trying to understand.
I think that question had come up before, right, about sort of spot testing infrastructure in the ground that might
So what
conflict with the
there's something we
overall
can do with-
study.
He wouldn't give us the full picture of it.
Right, because we were gonna do that in East Belmont.
Right.
Present.
I'm just calling that out.
That was not advisable, right?
I'm not saying I'm opposed to it, but I just want to make sure I understand what we're asking. The bishop, she's saying.
Yeah.
When is the study starting?
It's already going on.
It's going on, but it'll be ready by the spring of next.
Okay, so I think naturally that would be factually, that would be the way to go.
How would you phrase that?
I want to hear, I'm not understanding.
We're just trying to figure out how to phrase the condition
With the infrastructure of the sewage capacity, with the study that
is
is
ongoing now.
happening currently, until we get results of that area, we can't start building.
This is being driven parts by the testimony that was given by the residents that there are existing issues and to our ask to Tiffany that we could not want, I don't want to speak for you, Tiffany, but we did feel confident, or how did you word that? We couldn't speak 100% to the existing infrastructure kind of state, I guess, per se.
I would defer to engineering and public works to speak to that directly, and normally that is evaluated at the time of permitting.
Okay. See, so then to answer that, no, we don't have that, right? Because we haven't gotten permitting yet. So that's kind of what's initiating this, correct me if I'm wrong.
But are we saying we want the permitting to be contingent on the completion of the sewer and water capacity study?
So it would have to be.
And what the study would reveal would be what? That there was
Sufficient capacity.
sufficient capacity?
I think you could, I'm sure there's a proposed condition in the Crescent proposal before we continued it, that was something
So,
similar. Tiffany's nodding her head.
okay. Basically, that means that they couldn't move forward with permitting until the results of that study were available to us and it showed it as satisfactory capacity.
But they can not subdivide, just build by right without the.
Correct.
All right, Mr. Russell, are you hearing that?
Yeah, it sounds like you are imposing a moratorium on a single property, because the moratorium, if I understand it, Mr. Wilson, that you did was south of here. There is no other moratorium, but we're gonna put one on this property, is what it sounds like. Because it's gonna condition this property, but no other properties north of.
You don't have
Village
to agree
Chapel.
to it.
I'm just asking a question.
It's, I wouldn't say we said the word moratorium, you used that word, but I go back and they're saying no permit would be granted until the results of this study was completed. And your client either agrees to that or they don't, is what they're saying, is what I'm hearing.
I mean, so basically, we're waiting until spring, until we know whether the results are gonna be.
It was, I think it was, Mrs. Benfield that talked about they tried to combine their lot to build, and they were told them, do you have any ideas why they were doing that?
We can ask,
That could be.
yeah, we can ask.
How does that affect the date that the special use permit is valid for a year?
Then, I'd say if the study wasn't completed within a year, then you couldn't get your permit, but I think all the indication is that, is what I've heard from staff, is that result should be, is expected to be available in the spring of 2025.
John, and I just want to be just transparent to you. Did receive a text. It sounds like our watchers online have been listening, so I just don't know if that's pertinent or not, but I
Okay.
want you to know.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
So much for attorney.
My wife.
We just come back to council in May.
Just see.
So just to clarify that last question, if we agree to this condition, which seems to be necessary, we're not gonna be able to do anything until April or May, before we even know the permitting, then we're close to out of time on the, potentially on the special use permit, depending on how far along you are with your construction drawings, grading plan, all of that.
I mean, I'm willing to extend the special use
Yeah, like give a
permit.
condition to start the date once we have the
1 year,
results.
yeah.
And give them the year from that if you're not able to do anything prior to that date.
Yeah, okay.
Just for context, the moratorium on the peninsula right now applies to subdivisions of 8 or more units. Is that right?
That is correct. Anything that constitutes as a major development and or commercial, as well.
With several exceptions.
With several exceptions.
But we could still go.
So, bringing this back in, I've heard 1 year, the council will be, okay with special use permit validation for 1 year from the time we know the results of the study, is that?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, fine.
And the permit wouldn't be, or the project wouldn't be permitted until that study was received and approved by the city staff. And that's probably gonna be May 2025. And
We're okay with that.
y'all okay with that? Council okay with that? Those two things, okay? Any other concerns, questions before we vote?
Just so I'm clear though, too, the the additional stormwater supplemental conditions, are those still on the table as well?
With the exception of square footage.
Yeah, other than the 1,700 square feet.
And the roof pitch, the.
Right, yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
I'm
Changing all
primarily.
that, and the two-story, but the first three on the riprap and the stormwater, we're okay with those.
Okay? All right, so C, the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety and will not substantially injure the value of adjoining properties located where proposed. All those in favor of the conditions that have been added, raise your hand. All right, that passes. Now, let's vote, we'll vote to grant the SUP with all conditions that have been before and the ones that have been added during these discussions.
I have a question.
Yes.
I still, again, personally, the rest voted for it, but I still do not agree with the B. I didn't vote against that one.
You voted against it, but it passed. It's already
Correct.
passed.
So on this vote, though,
It's a separate, but that's irrelevant what you did on B. You're voting to grant the permit or not. So,
So with all the conditions that we've
all
discussed,
the conditions that have been added.
and the ones that have been subtracted based on,
Yes.
yes, okay.
I want to see who now is in favor of granting the SUP as now conditioned. Raise your hand. All right, unanimous. Thank you. Okay,
Maybe
that's hard.
we should take another recess while we, all right, we're on recess for 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll, 5 minutes.
I gotta go.
2011 made it so that involuntary annexation was no longer able to be initiated by municipalities unless there was agreement on the property owners. And also, there are some realities that there are some limits to our capacity and our ability to serve through utilities outside of our municipal areas. So those are some reasons why sometimes people are seeking to rescind Belmont's initial zoning that's been applied to their property. One important note is that in 2017, Belmont and other nearby municipalities entered mutually into an agreement on an annexation map, which is also referred to sometimes as a sphere of influence map. And that is shown on your screen. It actually goes further south, but both of the cases before you this evening are in this more northern portion. You can see the two arrows there on the screen. The maroon arrow is for the Georgia Bell request, and then the teal arrow on the screen is for the Wilkinson Boulevard request by CrossFix Ministries. So just as a point of reference, you can see that both of those are to the west of that red line separating Cramerton and Belmont's municipal limits, and both are shown as eligible for annexation into the town of Cramerton based on this 2017 sphere of influence map. So with that, I'll get into the specifics of ZA 2024.02 for 130 Georgia Bell Avenue. The applicant is here this evening, and his name is Tom Haas. And this is specifically related to parcel ID 225342. Property owners are Jack and Jill Atkins. This property is currently zoned rural residential within Belmont's ETJ. And they are not proposing any zoning designation through the city of Belmont, as they are interested in pursuing annexation and therefore zoning through the town of Cramerton. A quick look at nearby zoning. You can see on the map here the area in gray is Belmont's rural residential zone, and you can see that there is a line there showing both rural residential within Belmont city limits as well as the areas outside of that. There's a dashed line up in the upper right-hand corner of your screen where you can see where Belmont's municipal limits ends and where our zoning continues to extend. There's also Gaston County zoning nearby that's labeled RS12, so primarily residential in nature. And then in Cramerton, it's primarily that large subdivision up there is approved through conditional zoning that is residential. You can see some small I labeled properties through the town of Cramerton as well for industrial, but largely this area as a whole, regardless of municipal area or designation, is residential. In any zoning amendment, whether it's conventional or conditional, we always need to look at our long-range plans. But this one's a little bit different in that it's looking to get rid of the zoning completely. So this area is marked for Belmont's neighborhood conservation area. And again, it doesn't really apply here because we're not looking to apply a different zoning designation within our municipal limits. But I did also, for thoroughness, look at Cramerton's long-range adopted plans, which designate this area as envisioned for estate living type of residential land uses. This item went to Planning Board on October 24th and was recommended to be approved unanimously. Planning Board made the determination that the map amendment is a reasonable request and in the public's best interest, and that it is consistent with the goals of the comprehensive land use plan, specifically in the area of intergovernmental relations. And so it's with that I ask council to receive this report, Planning Board's recommendation, and to ultimately make a motion to approve as presented, approve as modified, or disapprove this item. And as a reminder, we are asking that council make the two findings required as well. One of whether or not it's reasonable and in the public's best interest, and the second being whether or not it's consistent with the adopted goals of the comprehensive land use plan.
Thank you. Any questions for Tiffany? Okay. Thank you, Tiffany. We have public comment. No one is signed up for public comment. So there you go. And if there's no public comment, no questions for Tiffany, I would entertain a motion to come out of public hearing.
I do have a question.
Okay.
Yes.
I guess it's not necessarily in our business, but I haven't seen one of these before since I've been on council, and I haven't been on council that long, but was there any reason given for the de-annexation?
Sure, so they,
It would be, I think, I want to refer to it as de-annexation too, but since we never annexed it.
we
It's
never,
zoning and
Right, it's the ETJ, so,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
relinquish of the
Is it-
ETJ zoning.
it's just our zoning designation, so these properties do not currently pay any city taxes. And they're currently, our policy says that in order to request utilities to the city of Belmont, that you would need to request annexation into the city of Belmont. But as you can see on the sphere of influence map, annexation isn't supported for annexation into the city of Belmont, it's supported for annexation into the town of Cramerton.
Okay. That's fine, I was just curious. Thank you. No other questions at this time?
All right, so do we have a motion to come out of?
Motion to come out of public comment?
Hearing.
Hearing.
Motion made by Alex.
Second.
Seconded by Charlie. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are out of public hearing. That brings us to item number C8. Consider approval of ordinance for ZA 2024-02, 130 George Bell Avenue zoning decision. Do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion to approve as presented.
Motion to approve made by Alex.
second.
Seconded by Jason. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes. I will also entertain a motion that this map amendment is a reasonable request and in the public interest and consistent with the goals of the comprehensive land use plan in the area of intergovernmental relations.
So moved.
Motion by Alex. Seconded by Charlie. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Wow, look at that.
Thank you,
We're
on to
cooking
the
with
next
gas.
one.
Yes. We now move to item C9, public hearing for ZA 2024-03, 6117 and 6131 Wilkinson Boulevard zoning rescission. Request from CrossFix Ministries to relinquish City of Belmont zoning designation from 2 parcels in Belmont's ETJ to allow for annexation by the town of Cramerton. Do I have a motion to go into public hearing?
Motion to go into public hearing.
Second.
Motion made by Alex, seconded by Catherine. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We are now in public hearing.
Perfect, thank you. Again, this is request ZA 2024.03 for 6117 and 6131 Wilkinson Boulevard. The applicant is CrossFix Ministries, Inc., and the parcel ID numbers are 185776 and 185779. The representative and applicant is Scott Lee, who is the pastor for CrossFix Ministries. The current zoning on the parcel is rural residential in the rear, and I did not make it to the slide, but the front is actually highway commercial. So where you see 6117.
Can I interrupt for a second?
Yes.
I think we need to clarify something with the city attorney. I don't think it's...
Well, I think it needs to.
Yeah.
I'm a member of CrossFix Ministries, so I just wanted to see if, I mean, I have no bias feelings against this, so I would vote naturally, but I just wanted to put that on record if.
I think you can disclose that and you can vote. I don't think it's material.
We've had similar things with like First Presbyterian or Martha.
I just wanted to be
Yeah, well, we
certain
appreciate
it was okay.
that. Yeah. All right, sorry.
That's
I wanted
okay.
to clarify, because if we
That's
were
okay.
going to do something, we needed to get that out
Sure.
as soon as possible. So.
Sure, so the current zoning, it's noted on the slide as rural residential in the ETJ, and that is true for the rear portion of the site where the church is located. The front portions of that parcel, as well as the entirety of the other parcel, however, are highway commercial currently. So I did want to clarify that, as it's not as clear on this slide as it could be. The proposed zoning through the city of Belmont is again none, as they're looking to annex into the town of Cramerton. Nearby zoning, as you can see, this is where highway commercial ended up there, and also nearby is highway commercial zoning. And in Cramerton nearby, and in fact, in between the subject parcels, we see a mix of business-type zoning designations, both B2 and B3.
The parking lot. And
The parking lot is Cramerton, and the church building, as well as a property that they acquired after the fact, is currently zoned Belmont. Again, looking at our long-range plans, this area is noted both as neighborhood conservation, but also, as you can see in the pink there, part of the commercial corridor along Wilkinson Boulevard. Again, not as relevant here because they're requesting relinquishment into the town of Cramerton. And then again, in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see the town of Cramerton's long-range plans, which is envisioning this area as neighborhood retail. Doesn't mean that a church is not allowable in this area, just that it is along Wilkinson Boulevard, and that is how their long-range plans are noting it. This item was presented to Planning Board on October 24th and was recommended to be approved unanimously. Planning Board made the determination that the map amendment is a reasonable request and in the public's interest, as well as the fact that the map amendment is consistent with the goals of the comprehensive land use plan in the area of intergovernmental relations. So I am asking that you receive staff's report, Planning Board's recommendation, any public comments, and then make a motion to approve as presented, approve as modified, or disapprove, and then also to make the 2 required findings.
Any questions for Tiffany?
Again, any major reasons why they're wanting to do this similar to the last application?
Well, I bet I can guess. Because they've got Belmont, Cramerton, they want to be all in one, under one set of rules.
That is correct. That's from what the applicant has shared. They would like to be under one set of rules, and then if they wanted to interconnect or combine parcels, they would be under one jurisdictional authority to do so.
Yeah.
And just so I'm clear, so the ministry, CrossFix, owns both parcels, even though one's like a beauty salon.
That's correct. They have purchased that parcel because it's adjacent to other parcels owned by the church.
There's a town in Belgium and the Netherlands that has all sorts of enclaves, and it depends on like which duke you were in allegiance to, but the border like goes between houses and all over the place. And there's like some houses where like your front door is in Belgium, but your side door is in the Netherlands. And there's like some places that like the husband and wife go to bed and the husband sleeps in the Netherlands and the wife sleeps in Belgium because the
It's quite amusing, but really.
I know.
Jim, I'd like to make a motion to come out of public.
Well, I just want to state that there's no one signed up for public comment. So, yes, that motion is in order.
Second.
Seconded by made by Alex, seconded by Charlie. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We are out of public hearing. That brings us to C10, consider ordinance to approve ZA 2024-03, 6117 and 6131 Wilkinson Boulevard zoning rescission.
I will make a motion to approve everything Jim just said.
Motion to approve the ordinance made by Catherine, seconded by Alex. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
We're delirious.
Yes, I do want to point out that I made a couple of very minor edits to these ordinances, very just like grammar, no bearing on the substance that Tiffany made and I think distributed. So
I distributed for clarity. I distributed to the city clerk,
yeah,
city manager, as well as.
So I made one edit and then I made another edit to the previous ordinance, but no substantive effect.
Yes.
So, having approved the ordinance, I'll entertain a motion that the map amendment is a reasonable request in the public interest and consistent with the goals of the comprehensive land use plan in the area of intergovernmental relations.
So moved.
Moved by Alex.
A second.
Seconded by Jason. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous, it passes. All right. Yay. Moving right along then, that brings us to C11, public hearing for TA 2024-01, front and side setbacks, single-family residential. We do need to have a motion to go into public hearing.
Motion to go into public hearing.
Motion made by Alex.
Second.
Seconded by Jason. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We stand in public hearing.
Thank you. Staff is requesting that council consider continuing this public hearing until your next regularly scheduled meeting, as this item was presented to Planning Board at their October 24th meeting, and they are still in discussions. They have elected to continue their discussions until their next Planning Board meeting for later this month. So with that being said, planning board has 40 days to render a recommendation. When it's initially brought to them for their consideration, they have opted to ask for additional time to be able to provide an alternative to the text amendment as presented by staff for further consideration and discussion before rendering a recommendation to City Council. So with that, we don't have a recommendation from Planning Board at this time to present, and therefore, that's why we're asking for the continuation.
Well, this meeting might still be going, though. Get around to meeting about it, but I mean, without a planning board recommendation, there's, what was their, the focus of their discussion?
My understanding was the focus was the presentation related to side setback was really the focus. Staff had presented a proposed text amendment that was relational to the lot width, so the side setback would be proposed as a % of the overall lot width. There was some interest in at least considering whether or not a flat or more uniform side setback requirement made more sense and would be more transparent to the public. So that they were discussing that item, it was brought up as an idea, and then there was an offer to provide a draft for the board's consideration and review prior to making a recommendation of which option might be the best fit for our community that they'd like to recommend on.
Well, there being no recommendation from the planning board at this time, I think it would be appropriate to continue this until the December 2nd meeting, which will be at 7:30.
Yeah, I'm just gonna add commentary to this. I mean, again, this is something that one of my little text amendments that brought up and stuff like that that I've discussed with all of y'all. I mean, I think December's a hard deadline for me. Because again, as previously stated, these text amendments, I was hoping to try to get them kind of flowing through kind of fairly quickly, and I understand it has to go through a process, but I've seen this in the past. I don't want this to get bogged down at the board, because what happened then at the, what was the apartment complex, council decided to render a decision on without any type of the recommendation or went against the recommendation. So I just want to put that into the record.
Well, I mean, it can't go any further because they have to act within 40 days, so.
Or if they don't act, you all are
Yeah.
within the ability to act.
So either way, we can act in December.
Okay. Yeah.
So is there a motion to continue this public hearing until the December 2nd, regular 2024 regular city council meeting at 7:30 p.m.?
Motion to continue the public hearing to December city council meeting.
Motion made by Alex, seconded by Catherine. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that item is continued. Thank you. Well, it doesn't matter. There's no public comment. All right. C12, public hearing for TA 2024-02, text amendment for electronic variable message board signs. Motion to go into public hearing on this one.
Motion to go into public hearing.
Made by Alex, seconded by Jason. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We're in public hearing.
All right, thank you, City Council. This is TA 2024.02. And some background on this item is that City Council requested staff to explore some changes to our electronic sign regulations in order to keep up with the increases in technological capabilities of these electronic message board signs. Several schools have updated or expressed some interest in updating their signage lately, both in some new signage as well as redoing their existing signs to help promote activities and fundraisers going on at the schools. And so, just some background on where electronic message signs are currently allowed. Our ordinance allows for these signs in highway commercial, business campus development, institutional campus development, and then civic uses in all other districts that are not listed above. So, civic uses that are not located in T&D, NCC, which is neighborhood center commercial, downtown district, rural commercial, those are not included, but civic uses that are not in any of those would be eligible to utilize electronic message board signs. So with that, just wanted to review the proposed changes that are provided in your proposed text amendments and highlight some of those. Currently, our ordinance limits or requires there to be 15 minutes minimum for each message that's displayed on the sign. So there's
Yes.
not a lot of turnover
15
happening.
minutes.
It's currently
That's what it was.
stated as 15 minutes. We are proposing, after doing some research with some of our neighboring municipalities, specifically Gastonia and Hickory, both limited, or both specifically outlined timing that was the same in their ordinances, to 8 seconds, which feels considerably lower. But when we talked about looking at the 8 seconds, where we were really primarily concentrating the 8 seconds would be in the highway, commercial, business campus development, and institutional campus developments. These are normally located along larger corridors with higher vehicular speed limits, which means that if you want to have a message seen, one might be okay, but if you want multiple messages to be seen by that general traveling public, we would need to increase that rotation speed. We are proposing in the draft text presented to you this evening that would be almost doubled in any other zone where they're not along those higher capacity corridors, and that primarily would be applied to those civic uses that are in those other districts not listed on the chart that we showed. Another proposed change is to clarify the appearance requirements. So right now, our ordinance says that signs have to specifically be on a darker background. So instead, what we're proposing is language that says, well, it should be contrasting so that you can still read it, but the background doesn't necessarily need to be darker in order for that message to be legible. It is staff's current position on how that is being proposed. Currently, also, graphics and logos are prohibited on electronic message board signs. So in doing some research and looking at this issue and also understanding our community's needs, the proposed text suggests that up to 50% of the sign could contain focal point graphics and logos. That doesn't exclude them from using some sort of background that has, a couple like variations of blue or whatever in it. But the focal point graphics, the logos, the things that draw the eye, that would be limited to 50% so that the rest could be body text of whatever the message that's needed to communicate would be. A clarification in our ordinance, right now it says that all internally illuminated signs have to emit white light, but these electronic message board signs are a type of an internally illuminated sign because the light comes from behind that board. So that doesn't really make sense. You can't have a message that's just a white screen. So staff, while we're updating this ordinance, is proposing to clarify that to say that the light emitted specifically from reverse channel letter signs, those are those static letters that have that glow behind them, that light would be limited to white as opposed to a neon color, but that we would still allow for these electronic message board signs to exist in the areas where they're permitted. We also wanted to clarify, because we've gotten a lot of questions, that changing a face of a sign doesn't mean that they have to now comply with smaller signage standards. A change of face of a previously permitted sign is just that, it's change of face, and they can swap that out as needed, just like somebody would update a sign once it gets weathered within our community. But wanted to be really clear as to that. Some proposed additions. These were proposed, and then you can see there have been some modifications as suggested by Planning Board in your draft text before you this evening. One was that there would be a default message added in case the electronics within the electronic message board sign malfunctioned. So that message wouldn't be on a rotation, but it would stop it from glitching or spazzing out. And then the other proposed addition would be a requirement to display emergency messaging upon the request of public safety officials. So this would be only when needed by our public safety officials for emergency situations. And so some staff had proposed some language to include that as well as an option. Planning Board discussed this item at their October 24th meeting and did recommend to approve with some modifications. So there's two modifications specifically. One was more of a word placement, and that was in 10.7.5, where it reads that now it said messages may only contain monochromatic text, Now it says messages may contain only monochromatic text with the background contrasting with the color of the text. Neon and other high-intensity colors may not be used for the background. Focal point graphics, logos, or pictures may not comprise more than 50% of the total signage area. Planning board also proposed the complete removal of staff's suggested addition of 10.7.6, which is the one that allows for the ability to display public safety messages on those electronic message board signs. And the primary reason for this was questions of enforceability if we put that requirement into the land development code. Not that the idea behind it was bad, but more of that, should that be codified or should that be an option of just partnership between the sign holders and the public safety officials. As modified, Planning Board did recommend approval of this text amendment 6-0 unanimously, and made a determination that the text amendment was reasonable and in the public's interest, as well as that it was consistent with the goals of economy and community character. So it's with that I ask you to receive that report, Planning Board recommendation, and public comments, and then to approve as you see fit.
Thank you, Tiffany. Any questions for Tiffany?
Just thank you for your time on this. I know I brought it up, I guess, a couple meetings ago at the request of our local high school, and as you guys have probably seen, the language was pretty antiquated and needed to be updated. So I appreciate you and your staff studying that and providing the updates. I think this will be well received, not just by them, but anyone else that are seeking that similar.
Was the signs really changing every 15 minutes?
No, it's not enforced. I mean,
Yeah, that's what I'm like. I've seen it change.
Yeah, Belmont Central,
Yeah.
it's like every 8 seconds probably.
Yeah.
Just, yeah.
Yeah, just for the record, public comment, no one signed up for public comment, so a motion to come out of public hearing is appropriate if there are no further questions.
Motion to come out of public hearing.
Motion made by Alex, seconded by Charlie, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We are now out of public hearing, which brings us at long last to item C13, consider approval of an ordinance for TA 2024-02, text amendment for electronic variable message board signs. I had several non-substantive edits that I forwarded to Tiffany, and then, oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, because just before we rush to a motion, I just have one thing I want to add.
And I just did want to say, since the planning board had made some modifications, I do agree with their taking out the emergency messaging provision, because I think that's compelled speech, and I'm not sure if it's appropriate. But
okay, I'll agree with you on that, because that was my only hiccup, was I think that would be a nice thing to have if that's something. I don't know if other communities.
But there is language in what you just read for modifications that speaks to emergency messages.
Well, they wanted to take that out.
Right, they're not against the idea, they're just about questioning whether or not it needs to be codified.
Yeah.
I don't think you can, my word is you compel, like, you have to put our emergency message.
They can still do it,
Yeah.
they're just not forced to do it.
Yeah, so that, I just want to make that,
Yeah.
those clarifications before we made any sort of motion. If there's any other discussions.
I'm fine with that. So a motion to approve as modified by the planning and zoning.
As presented to you.
Or presented to us,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, motion made by Alex, seconded by Jason. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. I will also entertain a motion that the text amendment is a reasonable request and in the public interest and consistent with the goals of the comprehensive land use plan in the areas of economy and community character.
I'll make that motion.
Alex makes the motion,
Second.
seconded by Charlie. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimously passes. All right. So that takes care of item C. Thank you, Tiffany.
Thank you, Tiffany.
It was like the Tiffany show tonight. So that, let's see, reports. There are no, well, I guess reports slash the city manager's favorite segment, other business. So along those lines, given the hour, if you feel like you want to provide any updates on your boards, a very brief high-level update, but it is 10:06, so we are now in other business. I'll start with Jason.
I don't want to I don't have no board reports to mention. Just a few quick thank yous, since Jonathan, at least, is still here. I want to commend some of his staff, Jake and Jack, who helped us with a lot of after-hours work with the annual clean sweep event. That was a tremendous success. We had record turnout, did a lot of good work around town, cleaning up a lot of the litter. Big thanks to our police staff for your work and your visibility on Halloween night. That went off without incident. That's what I understand, and really appreciate you guys and all your time put in it. Lastly, Susan Martello and the DVDA staff yesterday for their hard work on the Veterans Day celebration. I thought that went extremely well, especially with bringing in the symphony orchestra. That was a great addition, and looking forward to next year. Last thing, at the Get Ready Gaston conference last week, there was a significant discussion around the potential for the Catawba Crossing Bridge and what it may take to get this project from concept to some level of priority, and perhaps, fingers crossed, some level of funding at some point in our lifetimes from state, regional, local, and possibly federal funds. We were advised by our state legislators at this meeting that our first step should be demonstrating concerted support from the region for the bridge, and talking with some of my fellow council members in an effort to get that ball rolling, I would like to request the staff draft a resolution of support for the Catawba Crossing Bridge to include goals such as addressing local and interstate traffic, safety of our citizens, commerce, maintenance of our existing roads, and any other benefits which might be derived from this long sought-after bridge. Additionally, I'd like for us to pursue, by whatever means necessary, a quote, route designation, which apparently we have to do that. That's a subsequent step to get on the NCDOT's radar and get on their STIP list for this, to see if we can slowly get this ball moving. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine.
Mine is short and sweet. I just want to thank the police for Halloween. There was heavy presents, a little bit of everywhere, because I had a lot of people compliment you guys outside of just myself. But thank you so much for all you guys did for Halloween. It's well appreciated. So
Thank you.
that's all I got.
Charlie.
Again, thank you guys for Halloween. That was awesome. Glad to see that everybody was able to be safe and have fun. Boo Fest, the DVDA, great job with Boo Fest. Unfortunately, it rains, but the kids all had a great time. And then, like Jason said, Susan Martello did a fantastic job putting together Veterans Day for all of us. It went off without a hitch, and I think everybody really enjoyed it. That's all I got.
Thank you. Alex?
Yep, I'd also like to thank our police department, fire department, public works, everyone that was involved with the Halloween. Again, I think we had discussed Halloween night, long night. I think we had all discussed further discussion regarding Pebble Creek in regards to what we can do potentially next year. Again, just to agree with Charlie, Catherine, and Jason, the Susan Walls event for Veterans Day, that was a
Martello.
Susan
Walls,
Martello. Sorry. That was a great event. Jim, you gave a great remark, so I appreciate that. Just a couple of things for me. Just a quick update, because I do think it's pertinent to the council. I did participate or attend the NPO meeting. Just an FYI, I did ask the question in regards to funding to our existing projects, such as I-85 and 74 widening projects. And as of right now, Mark Stafford, which is our division engineer, did say that we are not anticipating to postpone any of our projects. They should be moving forward as business as usual. Essentially what they're doing is taking Division 13 and Division 14's allocated budget for projects and putting them on a freeze and taking those monies and applying them to the relief efforts as a cash advance for the bridges and the roads that need to be repaired. All of this is supposedly reimbursable by FEMA, by the federal government. They just have to, the state of North Carolina has to upfront the cash and then supply the receipts, I guess is how it works, to the federal government to receive the monies back. So just an FYI, so we're all kind of on the same page there. We did have an ESB board meeting, just quick recap. We talked about our tree canopy coverage and kind of moving away from that. I had a discussion with the board, and they said they may potentially be revisiting the tree safe ordinance as it pertains to new development, major developments, particularly driven by A, the moratorium, and B, Pittenger 2 and 3 that have yet to come forward to council. Only other thing, I guess I'm going to potentially keep on bringing it up. I would really like to understand where we are with the South Fork Parkway, and is the city gonna own it, or is the state gonna own it? Because as we head into the budget season, this is a question I've continued to ask throughout the years, and at that time, by Shelley DeHart, she had stated that it was not formalized, but that the state would take over the South Fork Parkway. When I talked to the NC DOT engineers and NPO, they're not understanding it the same way. If that is not the case, we have millions of dollars of liability that we have taken on in regards to resurfacing, repaving that road. Imagine Julia and take that the entire way.
Oh, yeah.
So again, I think that that's a pretty important thing we need to understand. Outside of that, I'm not going to get into the SUP discussion tonight, but that will be at a future.
Well, I think it's a subject for our workshop in November.
So
SUP process.
It is.
Perfect.
How about that?
That is all I have, Jim.
I have one more thing.
Yes.
Make sure y'all go vote tomorrow. If you have not voted, it is detrimental to our country. We have to
It's
vote.
essential.
It's essential. Essential. Only if it goes one way,
It's
it's
detrimental to our country if you don't vote.
If you don't vote.
I know it's late. It's late.
It's so late.
Yeah.
And also, one last thing, since we're on it, Jim, at Carowinds, you can stand in North Carolina and South Carolina. I just thought I'd add that in there.
Yeah.
About Dublin.
There's,
I'm just kidding. I know, it's so late.
Yes.
But you're not sleeping at a different.
I'm joking.
Yes.
We're done.
Yes. All right, really quick, the Main Street DBDA, I did not attend their regular meeting. I did attend a special meeting where they were working on updating their bylaws, so we'll probably hear more about that. The EDC did not meet per se, their regular meeting, but they did present at the Get Ready Gaston Conference, which Jason and I attended, and so Jason provided an update on that. It was a very informative session, some good speakers, lots of information.
Question for you on those DVDA bylaws.
Yes.
Do you know if they're going to include the addition of the residency requirement?
I do not believe that was discussed.
Perhaps that might be something to consider.
Okay. I will make a note of that. Okay, thank you. Let's see. I echo everyone's thanks to the police for their efforts on Halloween and keeping everyone safe without incident. It seems like there were only treats being given out on Halloween. The tricks were reserved for us tonight. I'd also like to thank the DBDA and Susan Martello for their efforts with the Veterans Day celebration. That was a great event. There is, I believe, an actual ceremony on Veterans Day itself, November 11th, at the American Legion, that I believe a number of us went to last year. That was a good event, and it will be at 11 a.m. on the 11th day of the 11th month, just like the armistice that ended World War I. So that is usually a good event. I spoke with Oscar Reed earlier today. Hood Memorial will be having their annual Porta-Pit fundraiser this Friday only. He said chicken, no ribs, $14, starts at 10 a.m. until they're sold out. And there will also be a Reed High School Alumni Association Memorial Monument dedication at Reed Park this Saturday afternoon.
I think we're getting the title left. I think those signs are the demo signs are supposed to be out.
Okay, good. Yes.
I think.
All right. Well, that's all I have. So now apparently we have a closed session.
Jim, I'd like to make a motion to go into closed session pursuant to NCGS section 143-318, 11A, or to discuss matters relating to the location or expansion of industries or other businesses in the area, and I would like to include Kevin and Jared. You guys can't leave.
Everyone else?
Everyone else can.
All right. Oh, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Charlie. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We are now in closed session.